Okay, I'd like to call the October Historic Preservation Committee meeting to order. I'd like to go over sort of the meetings and procedures that are on the back of the agenda item. The chairman will announce each case and ask any party having interest in the case to indicate their presence by raising their hand. Commissioners will then discuss the details of the case, calling on staff to provide details of the proposals. Following this discussion, commissioners may choose to ask questions of the applicant, the staff, and any other interested party. Interested persons may speak to support or protest the application. And we have a new procedure. We ask you, if you want to speak, to sign the blue form that are available at the front desk. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or Angie has them down here. So if you would fill one of those out before it's time for your case. The applicant will be entitled to one brief rebuttal. Interaction between applicant and protestants on the floor is not permitted. Persons speaking are asked to approach the center podium one at a time, to introduce themselves by name and address, and to present their position as succinctly as possible. The Commission asks each speaker to limit his or her remarks to no more than 5 minutes. Following this public hearing on an application, the Commission will take one of the following actions. 1, we will approve the certificate of appropriateness. 2, we will continue the proposal. Or 3, we may deny the proposal with prejudice, which means the application may not be resubmitted for at least 1 year unless the Commission determines that circumstances have changed. And then finally, 4, we may deny the proposal without prejudice, which means the applicant may reapply at any time. And then when an application has been approved and after a 10-day protest period has expired, the Historic Preservation Officer will mail the CA to the applicant. City construction permits cannot be issued until the CA has been issued. And then finally, any person aggrieved by any decision granting or denying a CA may appeal to the Oakland City Board of Adjustment. All appeals shall be made within 10 days of the Commission decision by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the Board of Adjustment. And also, I'd like to ask everybody, if they would, to silence their cell phones before we get started, including the Commission. So, okay. So, Paul, would you call the roll?
Alan Brown.
Present.
Jeffrey Parks.
Present.
Jennifer Bourne.
Present.
Heather Clemmer.
Present.
Neela Crink-Clements.
Present.
George Massey.
Present.
Mary Jo Meacham.
Present.
Ann Zacharitz.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And now, from the Office of the Historic Preservation Officer.
We don't have anything on the agenda, but just a couple of items I wanted to note. One is that the Planning Department will be hosting a commissioner training for all of our Design Review and Historic Preservation Committee and Commission members. That'll be December 12th at the Cox Center from, I think, 8:30 to 1:30. So I hope everyone can attend. Working on the mud wrestling, the committee T-shirts. Face off, not really, but but it'll be some good training, process, procedure, best practices for all of our commissions and committees. So, I wanted to mention a letter that you all received a copy of that we got in regard to an application that was actually already approved last month, 14-180, and just wanted to recognize that that letter was submitted and had raised some concerns about that project, but it has already been approved. The appeals period is well past, so there's not really any way to address that letter other than to just mention that it was received. And then finally, the Wells Fargo building in Bricktown has been in the paper some lately. Not everyone realizes, but that is an individually zoned historic landmark. The sign on it that has been a topic of much dispute was painted on. We have photos from as recent as 2003 where there is no sign. So it is by no means historic, although the building was historically a Wells Fargo stable and livery. But we were able to administratively approve painting over the sign that Wells Fargo, the current company, has asked them to remove. And so you'll see that coming down, and just wanted you to know that that was part of the Commission's process, and was reviewed and was approved. That's all.
Okay, thank you. So next, item 3, acceptance of minutes of the previous meeting, September 3rd, 2014. Any comments on the minutes or motion?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved by Jeff Parker and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, minutes are accepted. On to the Code Enforcement Report, item 4. Is Greg here?
Yeah,
Excuse me?
go ahead.
Danny, okay.
Danny.
Yeah. Code Enforcement Report?
Do you have anything to report, or just if anyone has questions?
Just here to take whatever questions.
Okay, any questions for Danny? Okay,
Something to look at.
Okay.
any questions?
So folks know, Greg Woods, our normal code enforcement officer, is out on leave for the near future. So I think sometimes various people had gotten some hold of his cell phone number, so if you're calling him or emailing him trying to report something, you need to go ahead and contact the city's Action Center, and that's 297-2535. I was also going to mention, this is not officially a code enforcement issue, but we have a new construction project that is ongoing, has been started in Heritage Hills, and some folks may have noticed that they've stopped working, and that's because they're working with staff on some issues that came up with the height of their foundation and stem wall to make sure that those are going to be in compliance with their CA. So when we're doing new construction projects like that, we want to make sure everything's right all the way through construction, so we don't end up with a completed project that doesn't match what was approved. So if anyone's been wondering what's happening at that site, that's what's going on.
Katie, is that something that code enforcement notices, or does the staff?
That particular one came from neighbors noticing what was going on, and then staff worked with the applicant on it. Code enforcement typically doesn't inspect until the project's completed.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we would like to... Dan, I'm sorry.
I was just going to clarify, we have visited with Katie and Angie, and if somebody has a question about a current case, while we may not know all there is to know that Greg had working, you can contact the Action Center for a new complaint or whatever, or contact Code Enforcement Office if it's something that you believe to be ongoing, have questions. We'll do everything we can in Greg's absence to find the answers for whatever case, or have something looked at that you need looked at.
Great, thank you.
You're
You guys did a
welcome.
good job. Questions? Okay, this time we would like to, so we don't have to go through everything ahead of time, we'd like to move item 8A1 to this point in the agenda. Anybody, we need to have somebody make that motion? After the consent docket, okay. Let's see. Continuance, announcements, and requests. That's next.
We have two new requests for continuances, 14-00181 and 14-00185. Those have both requested a continuance to November. The applicants just couldn't be present for the meeting today.
Okay. Any other items? Consent docket, I guess not. So now, public hearings.
We have
Excuse
to-
me, continuance. Excuse me?
Get a motion on those new requests, 8 and 10. Items 8 and 10 on the...
I make a motion to continue HPCA 14-00181 and HPCA 14-00185 to the November 5th meeting.
Is
Second.
that the end? Okay. It's been moved by Heather Clemmer and seconded by Ann Zackritz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, those are continued. Now, public hearings.
We have no dilapidated structures and no National Register nominations this month. We have 4 cases on the consent docket.
Okay.
The commission can pull any one of those 4. Members of the public can ask to speak about any one of those 4, but they were ones that we didn't see any issues with approval.
Any items you'd like to?
I would like to pull HPCA 14-00148
4-8.
on the roof sign. I just have a question. In the request, it suggests that they are illustrating types of signs that they would be using, and when you look at the drawing, it looks like maybe it was painted on the building, but that is not what we are approving, as it is actually a built.
No, it is, they revised what they had initially proposed, and it is just to paint the sign on the brick, like those other buildings. Sorry if that wasn't clear in the illustrations in the staff report. But yeah, it would, the brick is already, the entire facade is already painted, and it's been various exciting shades, and they're just proposing to paint directly on that.
Okay.
So you're good?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, so we still have the 4 items now. Is there a motion to approve the consent docket?
So moved.
Second? Second. Okay, it's been moved by Neil Frank Clements and seconded by Jeff Parker. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? The consent docket is approved. Now on to individual, no, we want to pull that one item forward, item 8A1. Would like to make that motion? So they don't have to wait through the whole...
Move to pull, move 8A1 up to this point in the agenda.
Do you need a second? Second.
Moved by Jeff Parker and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay,
What number is that in D?
first item.
Parks.
Parks. I keep saying, I'm sorry, Jeff. I keep saying. First item. Okay, you need to announce that, I guess?
So we have Brent Ward from the city with the MAPS office, and you can introduce your consultant, and they're going to present to us briefly about some sidewalks that are going in on the west side of Pennsylvania Avenue along the Shepherd Historic District. And I think, Paula, we've got a PowerPoint for that. There. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Brent Ward, Senior Project Manager at the MAPS office, and with us today is Lindsay Flesher with Cardinal Engineering, who did the plans, and of course we'd like to go through this presentation and answer any questions that you have.
Yes. As Brent said, I'm Lindsay Flesher with Cardinal Engineering, and I'm here to discuss the impacts to the Shepherd Historic Preservation District from the MAPS 3 Phase 2 Project 1 sidewalk improvements. Weighted alignment number 36 from the approved Sidewalk Master Development Plan contains a stretch that is within the Historic Preservation District. This stretch is along Pennsylvania Avenue from about Northwest 25th Street to Northwest 29th. Being that it is within the Historic Preservation District, we have added construction guidelines and special provisions to the specifications for the project to ensure that all improvements are done within the necessary guidelines. These improvements include matching the topo as much as possible. To do this, we've shown the sidewalk along the back of curb in all areas to reduce as much impact to the adjacent lots as possible. We've also noted that all improvements should match the existing color with the aged look as compared to bright white concrete. And in doing so, we've proposed that a portion of a retaining wall that will be demolished and rebuilt in that location be left on site with the contractor so that they can match the colors as needed. And prior to doing all of the improvements in that area, they will do a test pour, allow it to harden, and then both myself and city staff will inspect it with regard to color. Here are some pictures along the alignment. This is just south of Northwest 25th Street. Currently, there is a small strip of concrete and a retaining wall. As part of our plans, these will be removed. A 6-foot sidewalk will be constructed along the back of curb, along with a new retaining wall that will be the minimum height required such that we can tie back and match the existing grade at the right-of-way, limiting impacts as much as possible. Here, north of Northwest 25th Street, it's kind of the same situation. We'll be removing a strip of concrete and retaining wall and then constructing a 6-foot sidewalk along the back of curb and a new retaining wall. Let's see. Okay. Here, this is a little further up the alignment between Northwest 25th Street and Northwest 26th. Again, there's no current improvements that will need to be demoed in this location. Again, we will be constructing a 6-foot sidewalk along the back of curb and a retaining wall at a minimum height needed so that we can tie back within the right-of-way and match the existing ground.
Can we ask questions along the way?
Sure.
Just wonder, what happens to a traffic sign like in the last slide? Does it get taken out, moved, or you just pour around it, or?
What we'll do is it will be moved just to the side of the sidewalk.
Like
It'll-
6 feet in?
Yes.
Okay.
And similar question about the utility pole. Is it within the, particularly in the previous set of slides, it looked like there was one that was like sitting on top of the retaining wall.
Actually, in this location, all of the power poles are outside. They're really close, but none will need to be removed.
So there won't be a power pole or a sign in the middle of the sidewalk?
No,
Okay.
no.
Thank you.
Here, north of 26th Street, again, there's no existing improvements that will need to be removed. We, again, will put the 6-foot sidewalk along the back of curb. The grade in this area isn't quite as significant in other areas, so we won't need a full-fledged retaining wall in this area, though we are anticipating about an 18 to 21-inch integral curb so that we can tie back into the right-of-way fairly quickly.
I apologize for asking this question, maybe you already said it, but from the street, the curb, and then where the sidewalk begins, what is the spacing, or is it all just a big continuous piece of concrete?
It's right on the back of curb. There's no separation from the back of curb and the sidewalk.
Is there a reason for that?
Because of the grade and because of the limited right-of-way, to keep it as far from the lots without having to cut down more than needed and possibly get into utilities and affect the yards of those lots that are
Could you
adjacent
just
to
make it a 5-foot sidewalk and leave a foot of grass?
The 6-foot sidewalk on the back of curb is a city standard that we're having to follow.
That's just a lot of asphalt, a lot of concrete. Okay.
I believe a city standard is 5 feet if it's interior, and it's 6 feet if it's along the curb, because of traffic safety, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here between Northwest 27th and Northwest 26th is one of the driveways that will need to be replaced to accommodate the sidewalk. At this point in time, our construction plans reflect that we'll be able to replace the drive up to the right-of-way such that we can accommodate the slope necessary for the ADA passageway and then absorb the grade in the remainder of the driveway. This is one of our plan and profile sheets for the sidewalk. It's probably a little difficult to see, but as you can kind of see, the top of the retaining wall in our profile is shown to be about a foot or two below the adjacent grade at the right-of-way. So we are constructing the minimum retaining wall height needed so that we can get back to the right-of-way in a slope that's no greater than 3 to 1. Here are the typical sections for the sidewalk. Because it is against the curb, it is required to be a 6-foot sidewalk, and in some cases we'll have an integral curb or a retaining wall next to it. Other improvements associated with the sidewalk along this alignment include the retaining wall, the ADA ramps at the intersections, and the driveways that need to be replaced, and all of this construction will be done to city standards. And I'll answer any more questions you may have.
I have some questions. First, I do live in the neighborhood, and so my first question is just if you could explain to us why you would select to go on that side of the street where it's the neighborhood, and we've got all these rolling hills, historic driveways, and that we commonly, don't let people in, that we deny. While across the street, it's all commercial, completely flat, it's already got some sidewalks. I mean, that would be my first question, just from my knowledge. How did that come about?
Well, basically what the MAPS 3 office was required to do is we came up first with a master plan. And that sidewalks master plan went ahead and identified at the time well over 200 alignments that we could have done construction on where there's need. And then they were basically categorized and weighted based on like certain distances from school, how often the trail would be used, paths that were there, constructability based on, utilities and so forth. And then all of those got put into basically a ranking system and a spreadsheet, you might say, kicked out what they call the sidewalks master plan. And that went before city council a couple of times, and there was discussion related to the weighting of the different criteria. And so that's what we have, is we have on October 30th, 2012, city council approved the sidewalks master plan. So what we do now is we go through phases 1 and 2, for instance, came with our original scope of work and MAPS 3. City council came back with the need for more sidewalks and added some more money to our funds. Now we have phases 3 and 4, and basically as we go through the list, we already have it ranked for us as of which alignments to do. And that master plan selected not only the location of the alignment, but the side of the street that it would be on. So we're just following.
Right, and I understand that, and that sounds like a good process. However, I still am wondering, when you're looking at Pennsylvania between 25th and 29th, as a planner, and looking at the situation, the money to be spent, and the effect on the neighborhood, and the distance to the houses, which is extremely close, why, just common sense-wise, I mean, that just doesn't, is there a engineering reason or a planning reason? Or, I mean, I know it's gone through all these steps and everything, but as a planner looking at that street, why would you automatically pick the neighborhood side with a steep hill versus a flat side that already has concrete?
Well, again, it had to do with a lot of the different criteria that was put into the matrix and the way it was weighed and the way they just came out. That way no one could be biased in the selection of which alignment to do, which side of the street to do. It was all based on...
So in all cases, whatever was decided in every case that you've done up to now, no changes have occurred. We go by the criteria. You've gone by
Yes.
the criteria, no changes.
Yes, so far we have, yes.
So far, no changes. Have you ever had a neighborhood that was not that happy about it being on their side? Or?
We have done some adjustments, basically, where instead of having it against the curb, maybe they wanted that 1-foot strip of grass instead with the 5-foot sidewalk, and it varied from neighbor to neighbor. So in those particular situations, we did what we could
Right.
to work with the citizens. We've gone into some areas where there's a park, and the sidewalk was going through the center of it, and of course they preferred that it go along the edge of the curb. But basically, when it comes to the actual selection of the alignment from which street to which street and what side it's been on, we've stayed with the master plan.
Then I would ask, have you done any sidewalks in other historic areas on neighborhoods?
No,
No? So we're your first.
correct.
Okay, so maybe there could be an exception since we're the first one. Maybe you didn't really, I mean, I think maybe that's part of the situation here, is that it never came, it's never come before us, a big project like this. To us, it is a big project because in the last 2 months since we've been here, we spent 2 months on one person's driveway with a little, 6 or 7 inch curb. So, I think we have some more consideration, particularly I think the people that live on that area, the closeness to the house is, and the type of pedestrian, traffic that is there, it just seems like it's going to devalue those houses when you don't have a fence, and you could practically, now that if you make 6 feet in, you go 1.5 feet up, you could jump up and tap their window almost at that point. It just seems awfully close and very invasive into our district.
My name is Wayne Corvell. I'm the construction manager for the MAPS office.
Hi, Wayne.
I can
Thank you for
help
coming.
better understand. I think one of the main ranking factors in what Brad was talking about is safety. If you notice on that side of the street, you have a curb, and then you have a very smart small area between that and the parking area. And these parking areas are very limited, and if you had the sidewalk on that side of the street, you've got a lot of people backing out, and they would be backing out right on the sidewalk area. So safety in this particular area, I think, was our biggest concern.
It's difficult because one of the people wrote me a letter and said they actually ran over somebody that was sleeping in their driveway because they didn't see them. I would ask you, are there any areas where you just look at it and you just say, a side of a street, and you say, the conditions are such that we just cannot build a sidewalk there, we must go to the other, or is, in all cases, no matter what, we plow through and can put a sidewalk there?
Both on the sidewalks and the trails project, we have been through extensive back and forths on what is the probable and best place. As you're discussing, there's areas, some people, they love sidewalks, but they don't want them in this area.
Right.
So what we had to do is look at all the options that we had available and try to pick what we felt was absolutely the best option, and safety was a big issue. And
Right.
safety was absolutely a big issue by going on the east side of this street
Because it's already safe on the east side?
because of all the parking lots and cars.
Safer on our side than it is to do it on the parking lot?
There's less interference with drives and parking.
Okay,
Can't the
let's-
parking lots be redone to accommodate for it?
I mean, we go through, you have lots of, I'm very familiar with the trails and sidewalks, where they are, and I mean, it just seems like there's been other places where you go, long distances on commercial areas. I mean, that's not your criteria, we avoid commercial areas, is it? Because I know you've been on other ones. But I guess I would just go back to the historic nature of this, that it is the first time that you all have gone through this neighborhood, and I am so sorry that it didn't get caught earlier so that we would have more time to discuss it, but it just seems like that it's and certainly our people in our neighborhood would like sidewalks. We don't have sidewalks, so, but our neighborhood is really not such, it would be very difficult. We would have curb cuts and all sorts of things because of the rolling nature, which then actually identifies our neighborhood. It's part of the characteristics of our neighborhood to have that rolling area and to have those quirky driveways and such. And so I just feel like that as far as visually, it's a very big impact there, and I think that it definitely is going to be a consideration when people decide to purchase a house right there. It's just so close. I mean, it's an unusual situation because of the older neighborhood and the closeness of the house to the street, which the city, I'm sure, took land already to widen Pennsylvania at some time in the past.
And we are in the right-of-way.
Yes, I know you're in the right-of-way, but I mean, it's a very small space. So,
And Lindsay, the little piece of concrete there is about 1 foot to 2 foot wide.
right. I mean, I'd rather have nothing because it really does encourage people to come over there. I mean, it is a weird situation, but it seems like if you had a nice sidewalk on the other side, we would cross over and use that side.
But again, safety was a big issue with our decision on this area.
This is just an informational presentation today. We're not taking any action on this item. Just wanted to give the commission some information on it. We do have a very full agenda today, so I would say if we don't have additional questions, commission members can communicate through me if they have follow-up questions or concerns on this project.
Thank you,
Anyone
Mr.
have
Ward
anything
and
else?
Lindsay, for coming.
We have
Appreciate it.
one procedural thing, Brad, if you and Wayne would fill out one of our blue forms.
I can probably
We're
sign
trying to
them.
be equal
as-
people here, so.
Thank you.
Give it to Angie when you get done.
Thank you, Mary
Thank you.
Jo.
Thank you,
Appreciate that.
Katie.
Okay, so now we'll go back to our regular agenda.
Shoot, we did have someone that had signed up to speak about that item. It's-
Person from
Oh,
Cardinal.
that's right. Sorry. It's
Okay.
you.
They've already spoken.
We have these new sign-up sheets, so we'll be getting used to those today. This is the first time we've had those at the meeting. Our first case for individual,
Do we have to make a motion to do that? Okay, so we need a motion to go back to the original agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jeff Parks and seconded by Ann Zackritz. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Back to the original agenda. Okay.
HPCA 14-00077 at 307 Northwest 25th Street, Jefferson Park, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Samir and Nahaya Khalil by Samantha Khalil for certificate of appropriateness to 7, install wood posts at front porch, elective, 8, replace siding at rear addition required, and 11, replace windows at addition required. And we have one person signed up to speak. It's the applicant.
Okay. Advise the applicant is present. Any questions on this case? Hello? Hello. Over this.
I just have a question. In continuing item, staff recommends continuing item number 8 to replace siding at rear addition. I don't see in the guidelines that we support siding with the faux wood grain. I wonder, in continuing it, what do we hope to get from the applicants?
We would hope to get either justification that it is in fact appropriate for this structure or a revised proposal.
A revised proposal, okay. I move to approve item 7, HPCA 11-00077, to install wood front porch posts. With specific findings, the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section D of the staff report.
A second.
Okay. Moved by Neela Crank-Clements, second by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, item 7 is approved. Now, questions on 8 and 11 or motion? Comments?
Did you have any other information to provide the commission with in regards to items 8 and 11?
Measurements?
No, did you, any other, are you still sticking with you want what you originally applied for?
Yes.
Okay. Do you need any more time to think about it? Okay, I move to deny HPCA 14-00077 items 8 and 11 to replace the rear siding and replace the windows in the rear projection with, let's see, I don't want to say that, Katie. Because the proposal is not consistent with all relevant guidelines and are not in compliance with the relevant sections of Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section D of the staff report.
With or without prejudice.
You have to explain that one to me.
So with prejudice, they cannot reapply for a year.
I would say with prejudice because we've talked about it several times. And
Is that 8 and 11 or just 8?
8 and 11.
Both of them. Okay. With
Second.
prejudice. Seconded by?
The rear, that would be the siding that is the OSB board and the aluminum windows. Is that correct?
Do you understand with that, with prejudice? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been moved by Joe Meacham and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's denied. Prejudice. Thank you. Next item.
HPCA 14-00084 at 1420 Northwest 36th Street, Putnam Heights, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Jacob and Claire Reynolds by Shelley Reynolds for certificate of appropriateness to 1, construct single-family dwelling, elective, and 3, construct detached garage, elective. This is kind of an unusual one because this application has been before you twice already, but you've never actually reviewed it. Each time we just went straight to a continuance because there were some major renovations or some major changes to the proposal that the applicant was working on. So they are actually, as of this meeting, they're out of continuances, but you've never seen this before. So if we're not comfortable approving it at this meeting, they would have to just resubmit a new application. We would deny without prejudice, and they'd come back again. And I think that applicant knew that that's how the timing of all this was working.
Yep, that works for us.
Okay.
So state your name and
Jacob Reynolds.
Shelley Reynolds.
at 1420 Northwest 36.
I have a couple of questions. Well, the first is, we looked at a corner lot in Heritage Hills a few months back. It was wider, maybe it was 75 feet wide, so we did allow for a house that was wider in the front elevation. I noticed this one is about 20%, proposed house is 20% wider than surrounding properties. Is the lot also wider, or is it the same as properties on either side?
It's an 80-foot wide lot. I don't know what the others are. It's on the site plan.
Are the other lots surrounding it the same? And maybe you guys don't have the answer, but
Most are 50s, or 75 maybe. Most are 50, it seems like. I don't know about Crown Heights, Putnam Heights.
on this street, they might be wider,
Wider?
but I'm just wondering if there is a special circumstance that would allow for this proposed infill to be 20% wider than the surrounding homes, because typically I think that's not something we would.
Where are you getting 20%?
It's in the staff report.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
I can't,
Page 9 of 13, C, under considerations, the overall width of the proposed dwelling is approximately 20% wider than the largest dwelling on the block. So it's a significantly larger structure.
I can't confirm or deny whether that lot is significantly larger than other lots on the block. Typically, we see that with corner lots, and this is not a corner. It's the same. Okay, it's the same as the rest down the block.
The other thing I noticed when I'm looking at the front elevation, and again, this goes back to another application we had in Paseo, they had some windows up to a second story. It seemed like a wall of windows. That's what I see here. There's 9 windows, and it appears as a wall of windows, and that's not something you would find in these neighborhoods either. It's not a characteristic of any of the other homes. So I don't feel that that, as it's drawn here, is appropriate.
And I kind of agree with you on the 9 windows. It looks like a greenhouse almost, something. But the side plan, looking at the side plan, it's laid out, if you just don't look at the 20% issue with the allowance for the driveway and the setbacks, look fairly typical. So it seems to fit the site.
So you're disagreeing with what's in the staff report?
Well, I
So
don't
even
know.
though it's 20% larger than the largest dwelling on the block, which we've had issues with before in other proposed structures.
To me, it would depend on the way that the elevation was developed. It could be developed with setbacks or whatever, so it doesn't appear as massive. I'm just saying it seems to fit
Yeah.
the lot fairly well. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
But I do agree with the windows, the 9 windows.
I think it would help to see the others next to it, too. Just like wanting to see what the size of the lots are next to this one as well. I'd bring that
Did you
in.
include that in your application?
Which part?
Photographs of the houses on either side? On the site plan, are those shown?
They are shown on, I think his staff actually took those pictures.
Would staff comment on that? The fact that you put in the staff report that the structure is 20% wider than the largest dwelling on the block?
Those figures were determined by going to the county assessor's website and comparing all of the lot sizes and the face sizes of the houses on the properties,
Okay.
just like they were for the last one that
Yeah,
we did.
okay.
The window ratio at the front that you're talking about there, that large pane of windows, this is not a contradiction at all, but we do have at least one structure on the block that has upper and lower story porches that have been enclosed and do have a number of windows. Not to this extent, but quite a few.
Based on that, then, on Neela's deal too, is what is the distance then between the driveway side and the other side to the edge of the lot? Is it bigger, smaller than other houses around there? Is the lot just wider? I guess that's the question.
Well, if you look at the site plan, it seems laid out with a, not too wide of a driveway, and it seems to be have the proper setbacks if you just don't. Just look at on page, what page is that? 11? But while you're looking at that, I had one other comment, is the kind of lack of a front porch. It looks like it's just a slab on grade, and most houses would have, 2-3 steps or at least a couple of steps. If you look on page 15, maybe that wasn't the intent. The site plan kind of shows at least some paving, but there's not really a porch. Was that the staff report? I think we talked about that, but so that's a comment I've got.
I think we're trying to stay with the aesthetics of the rest of the neighborhood.
But most houses have at least a couple steps normally to a porch.
I think most of those have crawl spaces underneath them, a lot of the houses, and ours won't be as elevated on the ground level.
Well, be that as it may, you still have a slab that's elevated.
Because sometimes we usually, in fact, elevate those slabs in our historic districts so that there's at least the appearance of a greater stem wall, so that, your house doesn't sit right on the ground and look kind of out of place. If it sits up a little bit, that helps with that, fitting in with the rest of the street.
I don't think we have a problem doing that.
Not at all.
Yeah, your wall section pretty much shows slab on grade like a suburban house.
Right.
With no stem wall really at all.
Yeah.
So.
Well, then that leads to staff's comments on the height, the ceiling heights and the height of the house. Do you have any comments on that?
I mean, other than just to say it was a regular slab foundation with no crawl space, I don't think so.
Well, I think they went on to talk about the ceiling heights, making the house, the ceiling heights, the second floor wouldn't line up with the other second floors on the street or be similar. Is that what you were?
Was that as a result of the floor height?
Yes. Yes, it is as a result of the floor height.
What was that?
It is as a result of the floor height.
The height of the house is shorter due to the height of the ceiling heights inside. That's what the staff was saying, I thought.
So right now you've got a
And then it made it shorter plus the lack of a stem wall.
10-foot floor to floor on the first floor, and what is the 9 feet? Is that to the second floor? Is that to the ceiling or
It's the ceiling. It's the ceiling.
to the ceiling?
And we also have a 612 pitch on the roof, so we could certainly increase that for aesthetics to match up with the rest of the neighborhood if necessary.
Well, I think it's the brick wall that's the issue. An elevated slab, and then possibly a little bit more floor-to-floor height, like at least a 9-foot ceiling, or what would you guys think would be appropriate? 10-foot floor-to-floor.
Just to get the overall height.
Height. It's not the pitch of the roof, really. What do you guys think?
So if we elevated the slab, we could address the front porch, we could address the floor height and the ceiling height issues?
I think that's right.
Well, I don't think we have an issue with that.
Right.
So we need to resubmit?
Okay, floor heights. There were some comments from staff on the overhang. Katie, do you have any other comments on that?
No, I think just what's in the staff report, just that the overhang of the roof was only a foot, and on houses of that style, and most of our historic houses in general, we usually see a more generous overhang on the eave, particularly when it's 2 stories. That seems like it'll look a little out of proportion with the house.
Okay. What would be a standard eave? Is it 2 feet?
More like 2 feet?
Well, you show the house next door, it looks like. Is that the house next door?
That is.
You can see there, if that's accurate, that overhang is much more generous than yours, so that's an indication if that's accurate. I don't know what it is, but...
Yeah.
So, and you can also see by that the relative height of the brick wall.
Right.
I'm just looking at this drawing right now.
We looked up on the county assessor, and it looks like most of those lots are 80 feet wide. That's what this one is. One to the west is 117 feet wide, and even if that's the largest house on the block, and this is 20% larger, it seems like this would be out of place and disrupt the character of the street. So I still have a concern with that.
Are you talking about 1442?
1428, I think, is on a 117-foot lot. 1422 is 80 foot.
No, okay. Do we know the width of 1442?
I don't know. I'm not talking about 1442. I don't know anything
Okay.
about that one. Sorry.
That's right.
1422 and 1428 were the two we looked at.
Okay.
I will say that the lot to the, this lot is kind of a break from houses that are oriented north-south, running to the west, and then the lot to the east of this house faces Classen and has a very different kind of feel to it. So, I think there may be some room for a house to be a little bit larger there because of the amount of space to the east, but I think we do typically try to make sure our new construction is fitting well within the bounds of the proportions of surrounding houses.
Yes, the house on the corner of Classen and 36 is not that large.
No.
So, I mean, I could see if that was a really big structure and then you can kind of, step down, but it's not.
I agree. I think that when we're talking about compatibility of size and rhythm, that to have the biggest house on the street be the newest house, I think would be, it would, when we're talking in the guidelines about being compatible, it would actually stand out instead of blend in. That would be my concern. Maybe there's some design issues that could address that. I'm not sure.
Does the overall width that we're talking about, does that width include the porte-cochere on the side? Yeah, okay.
Well, that makes a big difference.
But the other ones have porte-cocheres too.
Some of them do, some of them don't. I think overall, the general massing of the house isn't too far off if you discount the porte-cochere, at least in my mind, as I look at it.
Angela, could you speak to that? You did the survey.
What exactly would you like to
You were saying that you surveyed some of the houses for the width. In all cases, I mean, how many of those had a porte-cochere? Most, half, or?
There are, I believe, 4 with porte-cocheres, but every structure on this block has some sort of projection on the side, be it an enclosed porch, a wraparound porch, a double-story porch, something of that nature. Each and every one of them.
So in each case, you counted those?
Yes.
So usually those would add up to about 15 to 18 feet.
These are just arbitrary numbers.
Right.
I would
Still
think that
bigger.
Was there a measurement on it?
The main structure would be what I would be more concerned about. The main structure, the facade, that
Right.
to me makes the most difference.
I understand, but what I hear Angela saying is that on each one, there's still a projection, so they're all going to have...
If you look at the elevation, you look at the photographs of other houses, it doesn't look out of place, is what we were thinking. So
The proposed form is consistent with what's going on the block.
The what?
The proposed form of the
Yes, I
structure
agree.
is consistent. The one-story nature of the open porte-cochere is somewhat different from the other structures because it doesn't go floor to ceiling. And so that extra space there is pretty much wide open, other than the fact that it has a one-story roof and 2 columns to the side. Otherwise, it is open space.
What do you think, George?
What type of a room is behind all the windows? What is that?
It's part of the living room that's open to the second floor.
So it is that tall, a tall?
It is.
It's shown on one of the floor plans, just looking at it.
I mean, I assume because of the windows.
Look at sheet 21, it shows open to below, it's just a,
Right.
upper level has a game room, open to the lower level.
And we could delete the middle row windows and redesign the inside.
Yeah, more like the other windows.
Yeah.
I would think it'd give more of a consistency to the historic integrity of the area. It looks like this is a two-story inside, of course, which it is.
In addressing the concerns about the width of the structure, when you're looking at that floor plan on page 21, the portion that has the master bath and the master, oh, I'm looking at the wrong side, I think, sorry. Let me see. I'm just wondering if it would help anyone's concerns if that wall on the far side with the wall of windows was set back farther from the front of the house, if that stepped back more noticeably.
I think that would make a
elevation wouldn't
difference,
be
but
quite
you're
so.
still going to have that wall of windows, whether or not it's set back.
Well, and I'm thinking, there may be other changes to the windows
Sure,
themselves, so I was
sure.
thinking more
Yeah,
for
I
the
think it definitely needs
width.
to be set back more. It's kind of, the front elevation makes it appear as like a salt box. I mean, I agree, we just have a two-dimensional elevation here, but it needs to move back, I think.
So even if we delete the middle row windows, push it back further,
I think so, but...
you know how far back you'd like it to be?
It's just, when you look at it, there's not much of a differentiation. It's almost like it was an afterthought to move that back.
Okay.
It still feels like a box. So, I mean, I'm not an architect, so I don't know what sort of,
Neither am I.
yeah. Does anybody have any thoughts?
I don't feel that strongly about the setback, personally. It helps differentiate the mass, and a 2-foot setback helps, but I don't know what you think. But to me, the height, we're talking stem wall.
Right.
I'd look at existing properties on the block too, because they have a setback kind of like that, to see kind of, maybe Angela, you noticed what those were, maybe not. But that's kind of what we go by, is looking at surrounding properties.
And we tried to use 1442 as kind of a template for putting this together to try to match the setbacks and the width. So if that helps any.
So are we saying that they're going to get more help with staff and then bring it back? Because I think
we need to resubmit it.
Yeah, because this isn't the time or the place to be redesigning your house for you. That's really with your architect. So
But we've given you some comments.
Yeah, we need to know what to tell them.
you should know.
What about the garage? Any comments on the garage? You have drawings of it.
So would we move to deny without prejudice? Is that how it would be?
Continue it. Or do we have no?
No, we have no continuances left, so we have to deny without prejudice. Yeah, if there are any additional comments on the garage, maybe share those, and then staff will work with the applicant on resubmitting.
Just as one more comment on the house itself, on the porte cochere, it's a very minor thing, but I think it would help at least me. The header over your porte cochere is very thin.
Okay.
I think if that were a thicker something, you notice like up under the eave of the house, there's sort of that thick, wider board.
Yeah.
I think that would, right, exactly. I think that would help to give that, it makes it a little bit more massive, but I think it helps it not be as thin. It gives it more substance.
Okay.
So, as a comment.
I agree with Jeff. I would just look at all of your details and maybe do more measurements with the houses in the neighborhood to make sure that because I think any time that you're going to be less than those, then that's what's going to call your house out as a different. Whereas if you can meet those nice big, fascias and this kind of thing, I think that's kind of on the drawing, and maybe that's not what's intended in the end, but
to have that more substantial trim, I think, is maybe what is a little off-putting on the design, because it just doesn't look as maybe trimmed out substantially as its neighbors.
Okay, thanks for your input.
So if we deny without prejudice, what's the procedure?
At that point, they just have no application, so it's just whenever they come back in with revised drawings, they can come back at any time. Yeah.
So the next due date was yesterday.
So yesterday was the due date for the November 5th meeting, and November 4th will be the deadline for the December meeting.
So,
okay.
See you in December. Would anybody like to make a motion?
So I'll move to deny HPCA 14-00084 without prejudice, with the specific findings that the proposed work will have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property, is not consistent with the provisions of the guidelines, and is not in compliance with the relevant sections of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in the specific findings of Section D of the staff report.
Okay, it's been moved by Neela Frank Clements and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, sorry.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
See you next time.
HPCA 14-00150 at 825 Northwest 15th Street, Heritage Hills, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of Tom Ward by, were the only people signed up to speak? Sorry, the applicant. There wasn't anyone else signed up.
I don't have those.
The last.
Oh, the last one, the two applicants, yes.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
Certificate of appropriateness to replace historic steel casement windows, elective. And I think the only person signed up to speak, again, is the applicant. Pass that to you. And the commission has seen this application twice, approved a number of items at the first meeting, and then at last month's meeting, we had some miscommunication and the applicant was not here, so because the commission had some questions about the windows, we continued it to this month. There's no new information in your packet since the last meeting.
Okay, so the new system, they don't have to sign in anymore, correct? But you still need to state your name and address.
Sure. Excuse me. J.P. Craig with Lingo Construction.
Okay.
And I believe, just like Katie mentioned, we had several items approved a couple of months ago in replacement of the existing windows, which were non-historic. And so we've come back with you, actually last month, but I failed to get the correct information on my part to come back for that meeting, so I apologize. But we did provide some documentation that indicates how the windows have been welded. And I don't know if you guys have received that. And so we did some close-up photographs that show all the hinges have been welded, and there's some where the actual jambs of those operable windows have been welded shut as well.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing these photographs, so they do look welded.
Yeah, and we've actually gone to them and taken a chisel and tried to beat them up a little bit, and they're welded all the way through all the hinges.
Any questions for applicant?
So that would warrant replacement of all components of the windows, you feel?
Yes, that's what we feel. Yes. And also, those windows are missing all of the hardware that makes the windows operable. And so that would be another reason that we'd like to completely replace the windows to make them operable.
I feel comfortable at this time that they are more than 50% deteriorated. If you just could maybe let us know what kind of options that you all explored for repair.
Sure. And so a lot of the options, like I said, I think in the first meeting, we've gone to great lengths to actually look for a window that matches as closely as possible. These will be custom-made windows. They're custom-made steel windows, and the profiles are off within 1/8 of an inch, I think, in terms of the profiles. And so we've beat on the windows. We actually tore a window off the back of the building that got replaced that you guys had approved last time, or the first time. And so they're very difficult to even, for those to separate, because we kind of...
Were you able to get any of them open?
Yes, we actually were able to get the one that we removed. We definitely got that open. The other ones that we got removed were, or that we got open, was one of those two front windows. If you see on the south facade, I think that's the staff photographs, the main facade of the building. There's a set of two windows to the right of the entry or to the east of the entry, and we did get one of those open. Which oddly enough, the front window, in all honesty, was the only one, I think, that was not welded.
Not welded?
That one that was not welded. Mhm.
Wasn't
But I've
there-
given you a key that shows every window, every hinge. I believe it's about the third plan in your packet. Did you guys see that one?
Yep.
So staff is recommending denial with prejudice, and I wonder, Angela or Katie, anything you've heard from the applicant in the last few minutes makes you have a different opinion on what to do with this?
I mean, definitely hearing the description of how they're welded, that's a consideration. Hearing about the efforts to open the windows and to remove the windows helps make their case. It would be nice to have some photos or other documentation of those efforts for the commission to be comfortable saying, okay, we have verification that this is the work that was done. But, this isn't demolition. It's not that it has to be an imminent threat beyond repair that can only be alleviated through removal. It is 50% deteriorated beyond repair. And so I think the commission has to consider if they feel like the damage that's been photographed and described meets 50%. The windows certainly are in need of work. And we don't see steel casement windows all that often, so it's a different thing to evaluate than wood windows.
Ever seen windows welded shut like this?
I have. Because in a lot of commercial buildings, they'll just get tired of people leaving them open, or for safety reasons, burglary or whatever, they'll just go through and weld them all shut because they have air conditioning now, and they didn't. I mean, originally they were meant for, in my mind, they were meant for ventilation. Once you don't need the ventilation, then, people would just weld them shut so people wouldn't leave them open at night and that kind of thing.
So like actually welded, not just painted over a bunch of times and not really able to open anymore?
I think sometimes to get them to stay, once they've lost the deals, then you have no ability to make them come forward.
Yeah.
And so the only way to, in my mind, to keep them shut would be to weld them if the stuff is broken off. Or the other would be, if it's turning, it's, stripped.
Right.
They've all stripped the little deals, and so you have to take them off because you can't do it. At that point, to keep your window shut, I think your option would be to weld them. Maybe that's why they kept that one open. Maybe they kept, maybe they could get that one open on occasion or something. But there's no way to close them once the little thing strips out, unless you replace that whole thing. Apparently they didn't.
Do I remember this correctly? There was another ratio of windows that had been replaced?
Right, so, and I'll point that to you on the elevation of the main facade, the south facade. Really, if you look at that, if we start to the left side or the west side of the house, there's two windows. That's a dining room. The windows up above that is a bedroom. And as you kind of make a rotated L, all those windows have all been replaced with a mix of different windows, like wood, aluminum clad windows. And so we're replacing all of those. I think the other thing that was important to the owner was that you have these brand new windows, on that same facade, and to have basically four that are visible that aren't, replaced, it would look awkward.
So it would all be the same
Right.
if you were to proceed with
They're
this?
looking for something that was cohesive for the whole elevation.
I would just note that the intent with the replacement windows is they should match the historic
Yeah.
windows, and you shouldn't perceive it different from the street. So that's very important.
Agreed.
You're arguing against yourself at that point because you're saying they match exactly, but if you didn't have them, then they wouldn't. I would move to approve HPCA 1400150, item 1, with the specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section C and/or D of the staff report.
Would you like to add a finding that the windows are deteriorated beyond repair and that the replacement windows will replicate the historic, since our findings don't support your motion?
Oh, okay. Tell me that again. And that our finding is that the windows that are going to be replaced have been, are over 50%, after seeing documentation that they are over 50% deteriorated and qualify for replacement.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Joe Meacham and second by George Massey. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. So who are the naysayers? 3, 2, yay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, 5 to 3. Okay, been approved.
Thank you.
I need to excuse myself. Abstain on the next one, and also fill out a blue form.
HPCA 14-00171 at 910 Northwest 21st Street, Mesta Park, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of Flying Tiger Properties, LLC by Alan Brown for certificate of appropriateness to floor remove garage doors and replace with wood panel overhead garage door, which that has, I believe, actually been administratively approved at this point. So we don't need to take action on that one. Install Pargene on CMU foundation and repair CMU foundation at rear porch, elective. 7, construct handrails at front porch, front steps, and rear steps. And on that item, the rear steps handrail has been approved. We could probably still just say that all as one item. 9, remove non-original east window and replace with wood single-glazed window, elective. 10, remove non-original west window and replace with wood single-glazed window, elective. 11, remove original patio doors and windows in south addition, replace with wood single-glazed French doors and windows. 12, add wood single-glazed window at east wall of kitchen, elective. And 13, add wood single-glazed window at west wall of master bedroom, elective. This application was on the agenda last month, but with our chair having to abstain, we didn't have quorum to take any action on it, so they're back again this month.
Thank you, Katie. Welcome, applicants.
Looks like my owner's not here, so I'll be answering questions.
Are there any questions from the commission?
I do. Have to have fun. Actually, that one. I just have one. Since staff wanted to deny item 13, could you explain why you think it fits in the guidelines?
Well, it probably doesn't, to tell you the truth. It's too close to the front of the house. I told the owner we'd discuss it. I thought it improved the actual balance of the facade. It's kind of a weird house, the window pattern. But as Katie pointed out, technically it doesn't meet the guidelines. So we're fine if you don't want to approve that.
So we could approve it if you're willing to move it?
Well, we can't move it. They can't move it.
This is the...
This is the west elevation.
Yeah, at the master bedroom?
New window, to make a gang of 3 windows instead of the 2. If you look at the east side, there's 3. That seems to be more typical, but it's closer to the, what's the rule, 60%? Katie?
What is it, back 60%? Or the back 40% of the, let me look really quick.
It's on the back half of the house, so it's only 30%. What is the number?
Back 30%. So not in the front 70%.
Okay, so it's probably in the back 50%. So it's closer to the front than allowed, so. We live by the rules.
Are there any other questions on any of the remaining items?
I move to approve HPCA 14-00171, items 4, 6, 7, 9, 11, 10, and 12, with the specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all the relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section C and or D of the staff report.
Second.
There's been a motion by Jennifer Bourne and a second by Neela Crank Clemens. That motion included item number 4. Do we need to remove that, or is it okay as is?
Because the number 4 has already been administratively approved. Do we need to strike that?
Strike that.
All right, and the seconder approves that
Yes, I do.
omission? All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, those items are approved. Do you wish to withdraw item number 13, or?
Oh, go ahead and vote on it.
Okay. All right. Very good.
Let you make the decision.
I move to deny HPCA 14-00171, item 3 with prejudice, with the specific findings that the proposed work will have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property, is not consistent with the provisions of the guidelines, and is not in compliance with the relevant sections of Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in the specific findings in Section D of the staff report.
Second.
A motion from Jennifer Bourne and a second from Ann Zacharitz. All in favor of that denial, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that item is denied.
Thank you.
Thank you for your appearance.
HPCA 14-00172 at 205 Northwest 32nd Street, Edgemere Park, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application of William Jefferson by Ben Ramsey for a certificate of appropriateness to 1, install fence required, 4, convert single door to French doors at back required, 5, replace front and east side doors required, 7, replace garage door required, and 11, construct outdoor kitchen required. As you can see, this work has already been completed. Virtually this same application was before the commission several years ago and didn't get to a point of approving anything. It was ultimately withdrawn, and now they're back to try and get that cleared up.
Okay. Welcome. Do we have a blue form?
Yes.
Sorry, our new system.
That's all right.
Is there Ben?
Yes.
Go ahead and state your name, though.
I'm Ben Ramsey.
Okay. I guess they need to state their address, too? Yes. And your address. Name and address, please.
Home address or application address? 321 South 5th Street, Yukon.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any questions for the applicant?
Do you have anything that you would like to tell the commission?
Yeah, my client's has requested me to move to approve the administratively approved items and then request a continuance for the remaining items.
Could you say that again?
My client's requested me to move to approve the administratively approved items and then request a continuance for the remaining.
For everything that's before us right now?
Correct. He'd like to be present for those items. He won't be able to be here today.
So there are some items that have been administratively approved already. So that's what he was referring to. So that I think you should either be getting or have already received that administrative approval. We'll check the status of that and then I guess just continue everything else. Well, hasn't been listed anywhere, so we'll. If the commission so chose to approve item 4, would your applicant object to that?
Certainly not.
That's what we recommended. I don't know if the commission's comfortable with it or not. But.
All right, any comments?
I would move to approve HPCA 14-00172, item 4.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jeff Parks, second by Neela Crank Clements. All in favor? Aye. Okay, item 4 is approved.
Just to make sure that's with the findings in the staff report for approval.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Of course. Right.
Okay.
We're streamlining too much, you're saying?
It's a delicate balance.
Thank you.
It's a delicate balance, I know, but right.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, other items.
And then shall we continue to November, December?
Certainly. November 5th, I believe.
Wasn't the deadline yesterday for November
Does that work?
meeting?
No, it's...
We can continue them to November 5th. I don't think they're going to submit any new information, they just want to be present.
Okay.
So,
Yes.
All right, so move to continue HPCA 14-00172, items 1, 5, 7, and 11 to the November 5th meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Jeff Parker and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, items are continued. Thank you.
Thank you.
HPCA 14-00176 at 704 Northwest 18th Street, Mesta Park, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of Hild Homes LLC by Joe Hild for a certificate of appropriateness to 1, construct garage elective, 2, remove driveway elective, 3, construct deck elective, and 4, replace concrete at rear of property elective.
Okay, do we have a blue form on this one? Okay. You state your name and address?
Joel Hill, 704 Northwest 18th Street.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
While everyone's looking, I think we forgot to mention that if you were approved on the consent docket, you're all set, and you'll get a certificate of appropriateness from us. I don't know if anybody was still in the audience from the consent docket, but we usually try to mention that you're free to go if you were one of those 4 items. So.
I just have a question, maybe of the staff and of commission in general. Page 5 of 7, we're talking about constructing the garage. It says the proposed garage exceeds the footprint allowed in the guidelines by 50 square feet. This equates with being approximately 1.5 feet longer than the allowed footprint. Where do we draw the line? Are we going to say that 1.5 feet is okay, but is 2.5 feet, is 10.5 feet?
Actually, we can pull it back.
Okay.
No problem whatsoever.
Okay. That would be better.
Solve that problem.
I had a comment on, since we're talking about making it just slightly smaller, the recommendation was to have 2 garage doors in there. The way where the garage set, there's a row of photina right there and a large tree. We can't really move that building that much either way, and if we bring this to a 20 by 20 building, putting 2 doors in there just would compromise the building, and somebody would bump that middle thing, and next thing you know, you got a 1-door garage. So instead of having 2 doors, we'd prefer to keep it a 1-door garage, and we'll paint it appropriately for the area and similar to the house.
For the garage.
Katie, could you briefly explain how they got to the 1.5?
This was written a long time ago, so I don't know how briefly I can explain that. I think that was just calculating that our allowed square footage is 450. They're about 50 feet beyond that. So if they reduced one of the 2 lengths by approximately that amount, it would take off 50 feet. 8th grade geometry.
It seems like we've let people. It seems like in the past we've let people have bigger garages.
We have for a long time been approving very, very large garages. The guideline revisions that went through fairly recently put some more defined boundaries on how large a new garage can be. But we haven't really put those into practice a lot yet to evaluate how much wiggle room we're comfortable with.
So the length or the width can be 1.5 feet shorter? Is that what I just heard you say? Length or width?
I'll just move the building to a 20 by 20.
But are you saying if you do it to a 20 by 20, then you really have to have the single door? If you had the extra feet.
Even on a 20 by 25, it's getting close.
Right.
For two doors. Have a
So it's a
16-foot
trade-off.
wide opening to get
I'm
two
just
cars
asking.
out. And it's coming in off the alleyway. Just the chance of damage is too
So
great.
trade-off, if it's 20 by 20, one door, one double door.
Yes.
If it's 20 by 25 in width, you could do
I'd still push for one door and even push the 20, keep the 25 at length, just for the
As length.
location of it. It's
Okay,
just,
length.
Does the door face the alley?
yes.
So in some cases, the commission has previously asked when an applicant was going to go to a single garage door, that they use a door that kind of gave the appearance of two doors with some kind of definition down the center. I don't know if that's how people feel about that.
I've seen one of those that it looks pretty bad.
Well, with
In my
this new
opinion.
style of doors, but they put hinges on the sides of the doors and handles in the center. It does bring the appearance down to a much smaller door.
So what size door are you proposing for your...
16.
A 16.
16 by 7.
That's a custom-made door? No.
Standard.
17 would be, right?
16.
I mean, a 17-foot would have to be a custom door?
I think so, yeah.
Because I think I have one, and they're very awkward. It's very heavy,
17?
Very expensive.
and very expensive. And I'm glad I didn't pay for it.
Okay, any more questions or comments? What about the driveway removal? We talked about that?
The driveway is crumbled, it barely will, it's the same width as the wheelbase of the cars. The trees have totally thrown it up. The neighbor uses it generally as a parking spot. I discussed with him what we want to do, because we want to be similar to everybody else. And through his recommendation and ours, that we'll just tear the driveway out since it's unusable and fill it with dirt and seed it.
It doesn't look like it's the original driveway. It's got retaining walls?
No, I don't think so.
Also, it doesn't have that, the last month, we had the rolling driveway issue. This
Right.
would be pretty
That
straight.
centerpiece right there you're seeing where that's missing, that's a tree root. And it's just going to continue that as long as the trees are alive. It's just so narrow, it's not, and steep on each side, and we're going to put a garage in back, so
And would you take out the entire driveway all the way to the street? Take out the...
to the sidewalk from, basically, you see the pillars, the small pillar in the center of the shot, from that point all the way to the sidewalk, and then between the sidewalk and the curb.
Take out the approach.
Right, take out the approach and re-pour the curb.
So what's left would be the sidewalk.
I'm sorry?
Sidewalk would be left. That's it.
Sidewalk would be left, and we
That's it.
would re-pour the curb to city.
And the concrete from the pillars back stays?
Between that two houses, it's busted up pretty bad. We're concerned that you start getting bobcats back there, and it's just, what's the chance that something could go wrong?
So what's your intent, though? Take it out?
Leave it.
Leave it.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the site plan on page 4 of the staff report, page 4 of 30, it has just little colored-in spaces where the driveway is to be removed.
But if you look at page 6, it shows new paving. There's the garage. Looks like a lot of new paving.
I believe the paving,
existing?
at least along the property line, is existing. It's not in great condition, but that area has been paved before. And
Tell
they're
me again
extending
what you're
it
talking
over
about.
to be the same. The paving that's between the garage and the house, that's proposed
garage.
between the
Yeah,
garage and
that
the
was
house.
probably poured at the same time that driveway was poured.
And you're proposing to extend it to be the same as the width of the garage?
And behind the house, if you could go back one, again, Maybe forward then, I apologize, I can't see it. One more, again, there, kinda. There are two cars parked right there, and behind it, there's also a trailer. That would be the spot of the garage. From where you see where the brick is toward the front of the shot, that's the edge of the alleyway. We're proposing taking all that concrete out between both fences into the neighbor's side, because it's shot too. It all needs to be reported at once, and we're going to pay for that. And take it all the way back up to the edge of the houses. And then leave the, between the two houses alone and broken, and maybe stain it or something. But it'll all be new. And it's approximately 80 feet of concrete. It's a lot of concrete.
Well, the drawing says 70 feet.
70 feet.
And also,
Yeah, I
it
didn't
doesn't
have it.
show it rectangular, it shows it following the profile of the existing slab. Is that correct? So the sidewalk and the rear sidewalk, and then the angle, that's all going to be the as-is? Okay.
So you're proposing leaving that broken concrete there?
Right between the houses.
So you guys own a home at 2100 North Gatewood? That you've done the same thing? You left broken concrete in front of the house?
There I stained it.
Right, but it's still broken. It's all broken up.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks good.
I would beg to differ. It's broken up really bad, and I think it would have been better had it been pulled out.
At this, at 2100 or here?
Well, I recognized the name of your company and remembered that you owned the house across from us, and it's an eyesore. It was an eyesore to begin with, and it's almost the same as it was before.
Why are you leaving the concrete next to the house? There's no car traffic.
We're concerned that the actual physical construction and getting it out would cause more trouble and more damage. And it also encroaches into the neighbor. He didn't want to contribute to that. We were already contributing the back portion of it. We all agreed to just probably leave it as it is for right now.
Is this it costs more money to pull it out in Port New,
That's
right?
the bottom line?
Money, yeah.
It seems like after construction is finished, then you could take it out and landscape it or something.
Is it a shared driveway? I mean, in the drawing, it looks really...
Well, I mean, there's a little bit of, I mean, they have like 2 feet, I think, on this side of their house. The rest is our property.
But all of that is your property?
Yeah, except for about 2 feet on this side of the driveway.
Right, but all of the concrete we're looking at
My
goes with
property.
this house?
Correct.
I'll just say, I mean, we do approve removal of driveways that go between very, very narrow spaces between houses all the time, and that's done without structural problems or damage to the homes. That being said, right now, we don't really have a way to require the applicant to remove the damaged concrete. So I understand the commission's concern about that and how it looks, but I don't know that we have ability to require them to do it.
Is the neighbor's house to the, is it east?
To the left of the shot. Yeah, east.
Yeah. Is there another driveway for that house, or does he have access off the alley?
Yeah, rear access.
Rear access too, okay. More questions? I like alleys. Comments? Let's see, driveway, oh, the deck, we'll talk about that. Questions, comments, motion? The deck? Anybody have a question on the deck?
So staff had recommended a condition that wood be used for all trim elements on the deck. Is that an issue with you?
No, not at all.
So what are we going to do about the garage if it goes down to a 20 by 20? He's saying he would like to do a single-car garage door, but staff has recommended a double car, or a two.
A double door.
I just flipped that backwards, yeah, you know what I mean.
Single door, double door. It faces the alley, so not quite as,
Staff also didn't have a problem with the larger garage, but the applicant has volunteered to reduce the size of that garage and to a size that doesn't really accommodate two single garage doors. So I think it's a trade-off of whether or not, well, the client has said otherwise, that the two doors wouldn't work in his earlier width anyway.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm okay with the single car. George, you said you saw one recently that did not look good?
that was a single that pretended to be a double,
which I do not like that either.
Okay.
A fake thing down the middle.
A fake thing in the middle.
Yeah.
I was just going to suggest that, but it looked good.
Kind of Toys R Us is kind of what it looks like.
Well, okay.
So do we have a spec sheet of the garage door? I know we do, somewhere, I've lost it.
Yes, it's kind of our typical style and rail.
No lights in it?
Page 15.
Correct.
And that's what you'll want to go with still? Yes. Okay.
But it shows it doesn't show a double size. It shows a single.
We will need revised drawings for the changes in the size of the garage, so I'll make sure we have the accurate dimensions for the, if the commission's comfortable with that, I can make sure we have accurate dimensions for the garage door as well.
Okay. They just turn off the air conditioning on us?
Okay, then I move to approve HPCA 14-00176, items 2, 3, and 4, with the specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section C of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Neela Craig Clement, seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, items 2, 3, and 4 are approved.
And one question of the applicant, if you noticed in the staff report, they're recommending approval of the garage if you'll use trim, if the trim elements are all wood.
Solid wood as opposed to the,
Okay, are you okay with that?
No, sure.
Okay. Then I move to approve HPCA 14-00176, item 1, with the following conditions. The wood be used for all trim elements, and the length of the garage will be, or the garage size will be 20 feet by 20 feet. Revised drawings will be submitted to staff before issuance of the CA and the garage door specs.
I do have one question
Sure.
before we firm this up. 20 by 20 plus an overhang. The building is 20 by 20.
Right.
Okay, the overhang's another foot, only 2 feet overall.
Right.
Second.
So I need to say the rest of it. With the specific findings of the proposed work with the agreed-upon conditions will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property. The items comply with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section C and or D of the staff report.
Now I
Still second. Okay, it's been moved by Neela Craig Clement, seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item 1 is approved. Thank you.
HPCA 14-00179 at 911 Northwest 19th Street, Mesta Park, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of David DeWitt for a certificate of appropriateness to 1, remove paving and level site, elective, 2, construct house, elective, 3, construct garage, elective, and 4, install driveway, elective. The commission reviewed this last month and made had several concerns and considerations about the initially proposed design. The applicant has revised the design and resubmitted, and that's what's in front of you now.
Okay, and you are Mr. DeWitt.
Yes, sir. I'm David DeWitt, the owner and applicant.
Okay.
If I may, I have a colored rendering of the south elevation. Is it appropriate if I pass it around? I have a copy for everybody.
Thank you.
So is that the one that we received, Angela? Is it the same as this one that we got? Okay. Okay. I think that looks much better.
Chairperson, should I comment on the modifications from the prior elevations that have been reviewed? I don't know if you need any background.
Sure.
Okay.
Tell us what you've done.
Great. The primary concerns from the previous elevations by staff and commission, we think we've addressed them all with new elevation. The first concern was that the front facade was too busy, and to tone that down, we've removed the shutters in the second story, changed the material in the second story from brick to siding, and we've simplified the gable style some. We've reduced some of the gable elements. The other significant issue was the depth of the second story. The prior proposal was around 16 feet deep north to south, and the new second story is 26 feet deep and 31 foot across at the back and 22 foot across at the front. That makes the second story a little over 50% the length of the first story. Prior had been around 31%. And the last thing is that there were an inadequate number of windows, and we've added windows to both sides of the first and second story. But with the new proposal, we have some objections from staff, and one of them is that there are multiple projections or multiple planes of the second story, and there's the comment that that's not appropriate for the Prairie or Craftsman style architecture. The architecture is beyond my my term vocabulary, but I believe that it actually is common in Mesta Park and the surrounding areas. And some of the documents I provided today, I have pictures of Craftsman homes with multiple plane second stories, and they might be called airplane bungalows, or some are just have big picture windows and recessed second stories. And so there was the concern of if that's appropriate for the architectural style, but the other one is how will a recessed or partially recessed second story fit in on a block when most or all of the houses, except for one Tudor, have solid fronts. And this juxtaposition does occur in the area in Heritage Hills at 423 19th. There is an airplane bungalow with an L-shaped second story adjacent to two-story four squares with flat fronts. So that's how the original developers did it in a few spots, and I'm not offended as I traverse that street, and I like to think that similar comparison on this block wouldn't give an adverse experience to a guest of the neighborhood. And then the kind of a new issue is that the question of whether or not cedar shingles are appropriate. They're proposed underneath the gables. I find them throughout Mesta Park on the gables and second stories, and I provided some images of those. Some are not very far away, 800 and 900 blocks of 20th Street, 1 block away, and the commission has granted them on several recent new builds. One, the 900 block of 16th, and actually on this block, 905 19th. And they're in a Positively Paseo home at 2515 Francis. And I think it's a really exciting design detail.
Also my house.
Okay, excellent.
Yep. Okay. Any other changes?
No, the footprint has not changed. The ground floor did not change. Oh, I apologize. The porch has changed. Originally, it had a forward or south sloping porch, the roof portion, and it's been changed so it's a very broad, low-pitched gable so that when you, from the street, you don't see any shingles. You just see the you see the cedar shingles now that are on the face of the front porch. But the other elements downstairs are the same with the columns, and the window grid style is the same. But there have been no other significant changes.
Okay. Questions?
I just want to say, I think that my questions last time you've answered, except for there's one set of windows that are kind of thin compared to the others. That would be the dining room windows.
Yes, ma'am.
I've looked, because I was interested in the sides. So anyway, those are the only ones that, other than that, I think that you've responded to everything that I had concerns about from last time. Thank you.
Okay.
Chairperson, the height, we lost about 1 to 2 feet of height. We kept a similar pitch, and the second story narrowed 10 feet. So we lost some height, but we still should be a little taller than the house to our left and definitely shorter to the house than the house to our right. And the heights you have on your comparison, it's kind of a combination of geometry and using a laser measurement tool from their sill plate to the base of the soffits. It's inexact.
Okay, more comments or questions for the, thank you for working with us on all this.
I'm glad to.
Questions from the west side?
I just have a question about head heights on side elevations. Is there a reason why they're all askew on the first floor?
I didn't hear your
The
question.
window header heights on the east and west elevation, the windows are
Different?
Yeah.
Is it just for fun, or?
No, ma'am. It's for
the head height? The head height.
I don't know how to design like that, and I was just wondering. I mean, because you line up the header.
I agree. The height of the windows goes up and down all the way across the...
The east elevation, there's a set of 3 that's at 1 elevation. I mean, I don't care about the sill heights, but the head of the windows.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering why they're not all lined up. You do that on the front facade very nicely, I think, because we made you. But I'm just wondering about the sides.
Good point.
Well, the windows are all in different, most of those are all in different rooms, so it's kind of for the purpose of the room. The first set of windows in the east elevation, it's an office, but it's a mirror image, or it's supposed to be similar to the piano window you'd often see. So if you look at the front part of the house, it's not a living room like you might think, or on an old house, but we have the pair of 2030 windows up high as if you'd find above a bookshelf on each side of a fireplace. And then the other side, I think that replicates a piano window that would also be common on the front of a Craftsman or Prairie house. And those...
I'm in agreement there, but I still think the head height would be the same as the other windows.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that whether these windows are Craftsman or not, in regards to architecture, lining up heads of windows, to me, makes sense. If this was a modern house and you're in the middle of, like, I don't know, somewhere in Zurich or somewhere, I don't know, that it would make sense in a modern design. This just seems to me pretty random. Again, on both sides, because they don't, the west elevation, the bump out, or no, that's not a bump out, sorry. Those don't line up either.
If you look at the west side of the house to the east, their windows have different heights. And one of the quadrants of the wall doesn't have windows. It'd be 907 19th.
Is that the one we're looking at on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. The second set of windows is a foot taller than the first set.
But the head height looks the same.
I don't know what head height means then. Is that?
Come here.
The head is the top of the window.
The top of the window.
All would line up along here, along the head. All these would line up. See how they come up and down? That's what I mean.
And usually when you're in the room, the top of the window is the top of the doors, and so, it seems natural. If you go back and look at your own house, I bet all the windows and the doors are all the same height at the top. So it seems kind of like a natural thing, I think, to most people when they walk in and see that.
Okay. But as for the house on the screen now, the section of windows do not have the same head height as the first. They're at least a foot higher.
Where? Oh, on the end there.
Well, on the.
That happens lots of times when there's a stair.
Yes.
Inside.
Sure.
And a landing, they'll raise it, but that's a different situation.
And if you would have told me that there's a stair there, I would have said, oh, great. That's not a big deal. It's just, and this is just one commissioner's opinion, in regards to, it's just typical construction.
Well, I think it's traditional. I would agree.
Absolutely, it's traditional.
I think the heads ought to line up unless there's something unusual on the plan that requires it to be different.
I agree. Are you willing to adjust the head height?
We could, and in some of the situations, I'd have to stay on some on the west elevation. The 1x4, 4010 is above a shower. I couldn't move that. I'd have to delete it if its height is inappropriate.
Well, the shower might be an unusual situation. That's what I'm talking about.
I think if you have two header heights, that's one thing. Like the shower is different.
Yeah.
But when you have three, which is what I think we have here, it gets a little random.
3 or 4, yeah. It looks like
Yeah.
on the west, it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different heights. So yeah, if there's something unusual like a shower, yeah, that makes sense.
Jeff? What are your thoughts?
Oh, yeah, I agree. I think overall, you're looking really good. I think you've made some really nice changes, and thank you for that. I think, you've heard some kind of refinement of detail comments here today. I think, are you still planning to use king-size brick? Did I see that in your proposal?
We'd be glad to use modular brick.
I would appreciate that. I know that the guidelines are not very specific one way or another, but I think that when you look at the scale of the material, that does tangentially address that, and if you would be willing to use modular, I think that would be appropriate for the house.
So you're doing that?
Yes.
All right.
I was just confused because it's on a lot of recent new builds.
What is king size?
King size brick.
Yeah, I know.
Did we approve them?
It's in the HP booklet too. There's a picture of the house with king size brick. It's the one promoting green builds. So I'm hearing that I need to try to level out the head height on the windows.
To maybe 2,
Yes.
if you really feel like there's some need for variation 2. Is that what we're saying? A little leniency?
Could there be any consideration given for the windows at the very rear of the house? For example,
They're already lined up.
on the east elevation,
Oh.
that's the last window in a bay window around a banquette, and it'd be disruptive internally if we moved it to line up with.
Well, that one looks like it aligns with the ones on the
Back in the front.
back.
I would line up everything with that one.
With which one?
The last one on the east elevation.
Okay, well, we'll review that. That's difficult. I think that's probably about 1 foot off the ceiling right there, and it's a 10-foot ceiling. But we will come back with modifications to the windows.
So what are we doing?
Are you saying to continue, number 2? Would you be okay, that's your house construction?
Pardon me?
You want to come back with a revised window drawing?
Yes, to get approval, yes.
Okay.
Right, what we're saying is if you would agree to something now, we could approve the whole thing.
I think we'd rather see it. Yeah.
Go see it. Well, we could have staff approval if he agreed to the head heights the same, couldn't we?
Seems like kind of a stretch to me. I'd rather see it. I don't know how everybody else feels.
Okay.
But.
I think staff would rather you see it.
Okay. I was going to go with Mary Jo, but if you'd rather us look at it, I just didn't want him to have to come back again.
I think it's just a lot of changes, and right now, we're not entirely clear on how all those changes are going to happen. And so depending on what that revision is that comes into staff, we may feel like you need to look at it again.
So would you continue the whole thing?
I think if that's what the commission wants to do, we should continue the whole thing. We might want to, if there are any other comments on the design as it is now, as well as the garage, we should.
Speak now.
Yes.
We have a single garage door.
We have a garage.
The staff comments that due to the angle of approach for it being perpendicular to the alley, that only a single door would be practical.
And really minimally visible, I would think.
Excuse me?
And rather minimally visible, I would think.
Yes, sir. It's perpendicular to the alley, and it's a dead-end alley.
Right.
Okay. More comments? Motion?
I move to continue HPCA 14-00179, the complete CA application, sorry. Would you be ready November, what is it, end of this week, end of next week?
Right. We would need revisions by Tuesday of next week.
That will work.
Okay.
All right, to the November 5th meeting.
Your second?
Second.
Okay. Moved by Jennifer Bourne, second by Ann Zakowicz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Continued for 1 month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 8 was continued on the new request for continuance. So we'll go to item number 9, HPCA 14-00183 at 801 Northwest 19th, Mesta Park, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of Ryan and Catherine Geikus for a certificate of appropriateness to, 1, install skylight for egress at back of house, elective.
No form. Sir, we need you to fill out the blue form.
The blue form?
Blue form before, this is a new requirement.
Okay.
We announced at the beginning of the meeting. Can you do it afterwards?
Sure.
It's a new thing.
Angela has the
Very
forms
good.
for you.
So go ahead and sign in, state your name and address, please.
Very good. Ms. Ryan Geekus, my address is 801 Northwest 19th Street.
Okay. Questions for the applicant?
I'm not going to lie to you. I looked this up because I did not think that you could use the skylight as a means of egress in any circumstance. But apparently the new 2014 code allows that, which I completely disagree with. Sorry. But regardless, I think it should be on a vertical surface, nothing sloped. But again, that's just me. But I do think that...
Well, that's a code thing.
That is a
Not reviewing code requirements.
I know, sorry. But per the guidelines, it specifically says that no skylight can be visible from the public right away, and you can see this.
Yes, hence my
What are
problem.
your thoughts?
I personally wish I could put it somewhere where you couldn't see it. I am on the corner lot. I love being on the corner lot, but there's...
Would you consider a dormer? Because that you can do.
I would consider a dormer.
I mean, I don't know how it would look, but that is allowed in the guidelines.
Yeah.
I think if you've
I
read
would
the
love to
staff,
do-
if you've looked at the staff report, I mean, I don't think we couldn't approve a skylight, so you might need to look at other options. Anyone
And
has-
for my clarity, as far as a skylight, I mean, the egress windows that run flat across the, not necessarily, okay.
So, what are you saying, a dormer? A new
Well, I
add-on
mean,
dormer?
if the reasoning for it is a means of egress.
Yes, IRC code requires that I have, an emergency or rescue exit, and I don't have one. So I have to have something there in order to
What
meet
are the
that meet code.
windows?
You're building out the attic or something?
Yeah, the attic is built out.
Is built.
The front window doesn't meet code as far as the size for an egress.
That's why I suggested maybe a dormer, because that would,
Absolutely, I mean, if that's what I need to do, I would do that.
Would the dormer then be, it only could go on one side, the side to the neighbor, since it's on a corner lot?
Well,
Yeah.
Katie?
the west side,
New dormers, if needed to make attic space usable, must be located only on non-primary facades. It is not appropriate to locate new features on front or street-facing elevations, such as on corner lots. So he's kind of in the same spot.
But it could be on the east side.
the south or
Yes,
the east.
Into the west side?
I'm looking south.
No, you're looking north. The house is on
that's
the north
just-
side.
oh, okay. Sorry.
So,
According to the IRC code, it couldn't be on the west side because the emergency has to open up to either to the street or to the yard.
Angela worked more closely on this application than I did. Can you maybe discuss why we're talking about requirements for egress? Because usually that doesn't come into play with an existing building.
Yes.
They opened the attic.
He's built out the
I
attic.
built out the attic.
The code, building...
In order for it to be a habitable space
Reviewer said
requires...
he needs an exit. What about the west side in that gable? That window can't be made operable and it can't be an exit because...
There's not quite enough space there. There's a very small window on the west side where bathroom is.
It's a bathroom.
Yeah, we were able, because of the pitch, we were able to kind of put a shower right there, but there's not enough space to meet code for...
Can't make that big.
well, it's 44 inches clear that you have to have, and then you have to be able to step out onto something.
And there's nothing.
That's why if it's a dormer, you're stepping onto even, a part of a roof slope, even though to me that's extremely dangerous.
I thought you could have it's a code thing. I thought you could have like a window and like a rope ladder or something. You don't have to have a surface. But my point was, that window can't be enlarged to meet code, right?
No, not according to architect.
It's a bathroom right there.
It's a very small, I mean, it's like pretty small.
And that is on the west side, right?
That's on the west side.
That's on the
The
west
other
side.
major issue with that is that IRC code requires it to open up to a yard, and that's between the two houses, a very small area.
It's a side yard. It's a side yard.
I'm sorry.
It's a side yard. I don't understand that requirement, but...
Oh, yeah, it has to be in the bedroom as well. It can't be
that's right,
out of the bathroom.
We're trying to help.
So it
Well,
seems
what I was referring to is that it says emergency escape opening shall open directly into a public way or to a yard or court that opens to a public way. It's just a very narrow, my assumption was that it wouldn't meet requirements.
Well, I
for
think it
IRC.
would classify as a side yard. I don't see that. Yeah. But it has to open directly out of a bedroom. That's true. That's the issue.
So I feel like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place on this. If the guidelines don't provide that you can install either a skylight in the location you've proposed or a dormer, what do you do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if you had a skylight and you open this up, you're going to be stuck on the roof, right, for emergency exit, is that correct?
Yeah, and
So you're
I think
waiting for the fire
there'd be a ladder
personnel to
drop.
come
There'd be a
with a ladder?
in theory.
There would be a ladder to drop down.
You could, or use a ladder. You want to jump down from there?
We're not here to...
You're dedicated.
We're not here to judge the code requirements, but I think he is a rock and a hard place. I think it's almost a unique circumstance.
Yeah.
Do you feel like a dormer would be more disruptive to the architecture than
I don't.
Than the window?
Well, the
That would-
guidelines specifically prohibit that on the corner lot. You can see it from the right-of-way, so I don't
Right.
see how we could approve it.
Does it say see it from the right-of-way or facing the right-of-way?
I think it says visible from the right-of-way.
Okay.
I can look at it once again. I mean, this is the kind of thing that we have the
Unique
ability to approve for
circumstances.
unique circumstances for. If we're confident that, if people are familiar enough with those code requirements, feel like this is an accurate representation of what's being required for egress, you could certainly approve the skylight with the unique circumstance that, and I think we've approved some dormers and skylights recently. I don't know that they had to meet, I think they met guidelines in some way, but maybe were minimally visible, and we talked about continuing, making attic space inhabitable and using the built space within the existing structure as being more sensitive than slapping on an addition. So adding a skylight and using the attic for a bedroom has overall less of an impact on the historic structure than adding another 500, 700 square feet to the back of the house.
I agree.
I agree. I think that too, a skylight can be easily removed, and we would recognize that as a addition. I mean, we would recognize that that was not historic. Whereas if we put another dormer up there, then we're really kind of confusing the issue that people might think that that is historic, and it's going to cost more, whereas the other one is readily taken away. It really doesn't affect the long-term historic character of the house, even though it's a weird situation. And I would go for the skylight, I think.
I would too.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Ryan, is it all one big space on the third floor, and then the bathroom is another room?
Because of the nature of the pitches, it's a room, there is a walk-in closet, and then you walk around the side to a bathroom that's kind of tight space in the corner. And then there's at the top of the stairwell that gets to the attic, it would be that egress.
saw it.
George, it shows in the floor plan right here.
There was a floor plan.
Okay.
Right there.
I have a question. The dormer that's on the front elevation, is that not that window? Couldn't that be expanded for egress? Is that a possibility?
It could possibly. I was afraid to do that just because it was the front of the house.
Right. I mean, I don't
It's
feel...
possible. I mean, it's highly possible. I'm not sure.
I would be interested to see if that's possible.
If which one?
If the dormer on the front elevation, the south facade, if the window could be expanded to be used for egress, that would satisfy that code requirement.
44 inches wide.
I thought, yeah.
But that's
I thought he was
more
saying it was
invasive.
not possible.
We do have
That's
someone here
basic.
who can speak toward some code issues that might be helpful.
Oh, okay.
My name is Ken Angevin. I live at 500 Northwest 21st Street. He's,
Okay, just need to say that you also need to fill out a blue form. There you go. Okay, you need to give it to Angie to bring up the file.
he might find some relief from the IRC if he uses the IEBC instead, which is the International Existing Building Code.
So how would that help him? He wouldn't have to
It
use
deals
that?
completely with historical buildings and
Okay.
what sort of exceptions you can apply to the straight code instead, because it
Yeah.
is a historical building.
What would comply per
Well, every-
egress per an existing building in a historic district?
Every
So-
attic conversion that I've done, you have to have an exit out of every bedroom with a,
Regardless.
Using the same code that he's speaking about?
well, the city recognized certain codes.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
IEBC 2000.
All I know is the city code, this code that the city recognizes requires it.
Okay.
So I don't know, this one may not be one they recognize. I don't know.
It's a possibility, though.
You can
that-
check into it, but as far as we know, it's required. We can check, your applicant could check into it.
What was the name of the?
I hate to let it continue or something, because I know, based on recent projects, that they require an exit from every bedroom to the outside.
I don't think there's any lenience on that one. I mean, I have a copy of the existing.
I don't remember the
building
size,
code,
though, but they do require that. It's like, so where are we on this? Where were we?
Mila, did you want him to explore the possibility of the window? Or was that a possibility? I mean, I thought he told...
I'm concerned that it may not be a big enough
It may not. It may not be possible, but that seems, you were concerned that it was more invasive. I think it's less invasive.
Yeah.
There's already an opening there. Maybe you guys expand a little bit versus putting a window in the back.
We're back to removing, in my opinion, historic material versus just inserting a...
Historic material
Right.
on the front-facing facade of the house.
Right. So, whereas you can take out, you can put roofing over the whole
How big is
thing.
that window in the front, did you say?
He didn't know.
I don't know the exact size.
Is that window historic? We'd need to
In the dormer?
research that
It's
as
original.
well.
It's original.
Well, I mean, maybe it needs to be widened by 6 inches or 18 inches. I don't know. I think that it's worth exploring.
It looks a little narrow. I think it's 24 inches wide by 3 feet.
How wide is the skylight going to be?
You got 24 by, what? 24 by something?
46.
46.
And what did you think this one was, the dormer?
It'll probably, that dormer window would probably have to be about the same. About 24 wide.
And what do you think it is now?
It looks narrower to me. It looks, I don't know.
Okay.
And two, it has a sash. It's the entry area that's relevant for egress.
I'm just looking at alternatives instead of installing the skylight.
Alan, does a single hung window count as egress?
Be out of there.
If it's the right size?
Single hung?
I mean, if you're...
Double hung?
A double hung, I'm sorry.
I think the opening size has to be a certain size. That's 24 by something.
Well, it's totally open.
You can use a casement.
Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah, but the opening size has to be 24.
So then it'd be half of the, if it was 40, so your opening would only be 20. Is that what they're measuring?
That'd be something to investigate. Looking at the elevation, I think it's going to be kind of wide by changing proportions, because you can see how the upper overhang and the pediment is broken there. It lines up. It would change that design. So, but it's worth a try, maybe.
I would like to see that if that's a possibility, because I think that the skylight is so visible from Chartel. I think if there's another option, let's explore it.
Okay. So if I'm able to, that front window, if I'm able to get it to the right size for the IRC code, you guys would be comfortable with that?
Yeah, do we need to come back?
Yeah, I think we would need to see a revised design, and we would need to see how that looks and how big of an effect it's going to have, because that is the front elevation of the house, and that's an original window. And so I think depending on what that change is, it may ultimately not be the better of the two options from a preservation standpoint.
So should we continue this then?
Do you need more than a week?
What?
Do you need more than a week?
If we continue it to the November 5th meeting, you'll have less than a week to get those new elevations in.
I can get it. Does my wife have something to say?
Okay.
Okay, we have another speaker.
I think she filled out the blue
I'm probably
form.
going to say it wrong.
And you have a
but
blue form, good.
I think you guys already said this. When it's open...
Could you state your name?
Oh, sorry, Catherine Gigas.
Okay, so you're, okay.
The front window has to be the right size when it's open. So that, is that already understood?
That's
So
what we
I don't
assume.
think we can make it big enough
Because it's a double hung right now.
because it's a double. So
So you
we
wouldn't be able to.
would have to take that middle thing out, which would be more...
You'd be doing more to the integrity of what exists. So.
That's what I'm trying to say.
I tend to agree, because it's also kind of narrow, and I like that narrow window.
Because our architect knew we would be putting, this before you guys, and she's come several times with different projects and wanted to do the least invasive thing. So I think that was one of her questions, and she double-checked that wouldn't be an option, in case that matters. So.
Okay, so we back to the skylight?
Or special consideration for a dormer on a corner lot. That would be the only other option.
Well, we don't have drawings for a dormer.
Right,
so we
no, I'm just saying you
continue
could go
it.
back and bring those, but wouldn't that would be our only other option other than if we're not going to...
You were arguing for the skyline.
I am, that's what I'm for. I'm just saying, that's
I am too.
And I think,
have no problem with that.
I think we had a good discussion about the front window.
Yeah.
But I think we're back to your motion.
I mean, that is my, I don't think the other one will work, but do you want me to make that motion?
Do you want to make a motion then?
I would be happy to. I move to approve, let's see, make sure, HPCA 1400183, Item 1, with the specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section C and or D of the staff report. And then Katie wants me to say,
I think this is going to be unique, some unique circumstances.
under unique circumstances, I'm not really sure what to follow. There's, with unique circumstances that
Egress is required.
egress is required to comply with the Oklahoma City Building Code.
And I would find that it is in fact visible from the public right-of-way. I would include that as a finding.
And as a finding, it is visible from the public right-of-way.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Joe Meacham, seconded by George Massey. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we had all in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Against, all opposed? 3. It's all right. It's democracy.
Democracy at work.
So, okay, you're approved.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And let's take a 15-minute or 5-minute? 10-minute break, please. Hopefully get the air conditioner back.
Okay, we'll reconvene at 4:22.
4:22.
Hanscom.
HPCA 14-00185 was continued under the new continuance requests. HPCA 14-00186, the applicant spoke to staff during the meeting and provided one of these asking to be continued to November. So we need to take action on that one, but they would like us to continue it to the November meeting.
I move to continue HPCA 14-00186 to the November 5th meeting.
Second.
Moved by Neil Crane Clements, second by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item is continued. Next item.
HPCA 14-00189 at 2113 Northwest 27th, Shepherd, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Lane Reversible Trust by Robert Lane for certificate of appropriateness to one replace fence required.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon.
State your name and address.
Rob Lane, 2113 Northwest 27th Street.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions, Mr. Lane?
Staff has recommended continuance because there appear to be no unique circumstances to support the proposed fencing, and an 8-foot fence is not allowed at the...
It's not an 8-foot fence.
I'm sorry, let's see.
$83 inches.
We're trying to figure out why we got turned in the first place, but, I mean...
Is it more than 6
It was a
feet?
dilapidated gate. All we did was, according to what Ms. Meacham said earlier, due to the rolling nature, we had to kind of even up the lower half-moon gate to the straight gate, but I don't understand why we're necessarily out of compliance.
Okay, the staff report says that you're proposing to replace a 6-foot tall fence with an 8-foot tall fence. That is not correct.
It's like I'm 6'4". It's like here with me. So is the board...
it's more than 6 feet tall. Okay. Our guidelines provide for fences that are 6 feet tall, so that's probably why you were turned in. Someone noticed that.
Okay. Anything that we can
Does it look any different than it did before?
No, other than the half moon. But if you look at the previous pictures that you've seen, if you look at the brick on how far it goes up, it is no different than what was there prior, other than I just put new wood on it and then just created the half moon to match the original existing mahogany door that's on the front of the house.
Did you submit photographs of what was there before?
Yeah, those should be included.
It's below. Can you show that?
And actually, this is the adjoining neighbor.
I'm the next one up.
Next one up, so it's,
Okay.
it's the same issue, but
Can we combine
we wanted to adhere to the rules of one person at a time.
Katie, I don't see any photographs of what was there before. Oh, yeah. Do we?
There's a black, I think there's a black and white, like a pretty,
color.
or photo that we pulled off the county assessor's page.
Right here?
But
There's a colored, under this picture, says previously existing fence.
yeah, it's just.
Oh, that's rounded.
It's a color photograph.
Just a really, I think the fence was built before the addition was.
So you're the house on the left in that.
Which one?
That is correct, sir.
And you're the house on the right.
Look at this.
So what, I'll just go ahead and talk. Here, just going to say my name. So I'm Wade Ward, the house on the right. So what Mr. Lane did was, when he built the Half Moon, he took his front door and built it exactly to spec, to match. And then to get a level, we just leveled it across. So in our minds, that was the closest way to keep the historical integrity of both houses. So both gates were designed to match the doors of the homes. So that was the intent.
Oh, I see.
Could you clarify, is this the picture of what it looked like before? That's the before.
That's a very old picture, though. That's a very old. That's probably, yeah, that's what it looked like before.
And then
a long time ago. This is even before. You can see this is before I owned. This is probably taken in 2000. This is probably 15 years old.
15 years. So we all see it on the back page. Yep. He's saying that's 15 years old.
15, 20 years old. And in the staff report, it was written up that the fence was replaced in 2011, and it was new in 2011. That's incorrect. I had refurbished the fence in 2011. This is when Darren, the previous tenant, used to live, the previous owner lived there, and all I did was replace some of the front planks and fix some of the hardware, but the gate itself had to be replaced. It was the posts that you can't see behind or cracking from behind. It needed new concrete. It was breaking off from the house, so a new gate was a must.
Okay, the height of it again. The staff report, or was it staff report or information that says 84 inches?
That was what he submitted.
Okay, Mr. Lane submitted. Project 1, height of fence 83 inches with mahogany stain. So that's about 6.9 or little less than 7 feet. 7 feet to 84 inches.
But if I lower that particular gate to approximately 6 foot, like if I'm standing on this one next to it, which is, 73, 74 inches, it's going to look...
Well, this is where I'm going next.
Oddball.
That there's a level change between the two.
There's a huge level change.
There is a level change.
Which side was the 84 inches measured?
Would be the rounded.
The rounded one's approximately 5 or 6 inches taller than the one.
5 or 6 inches tall.
And that's because of the hill there, so.
So that's 84 inches tall.
Mm-hmm.
And the other side is less.
The other side is less.
I think that's something we do consider when there's a grade change like that. The other issue that staff brought up is that the fence is right at the front of the houses. Is there a reason it could not be pushed back behind the 40% mark?
Well, that's been there since, that was just a replace.
But when you replace it, when you replace it, we have to treat it as something new. As in, like you're putting in a new fence. Which
So if you...
So you have to move it back.
What?
What's behind?
I mean, that's how it's been. I mean, I own the house across the. I own several houses in Old State Road, as does Wade. And I've lived across from this house for 17 years, and I still own the previous.
So I hear you
it's
that
been like that for 20 years.
Right, I hear you.
I always said, whenever I buy that house across the street, like I plan on buying a lot more in this area, is that I would like to change this and do this particular design, which was not that significant of a change.
So,
other than the half moon.
Sometimes we can approve things that are a little different than what the guidelines provide for if there is a unique circumstance. So this goes back to my question. Is there something behind the fence that requires you to put it in that place that cannot be moved?
There is a dividing 6-foot fence that goes the length of the property.
No, what I mean is if you're looking at the front elevation where you've installed the new fence, the guidelines require that it be at least 40%, behind the 40% mark on the house. So from the front plane back 40%, is there something that it's covering there?
I think what they're saying is that all there is the fence running north-south along the property line. So that's something that could very easily just be
So it's not a
pushed back.
unique circumstance.
It's not
for
like
us
we're
to
screening
say-
air conditioning equipment or something weird like that.
No, that's not, yeah, and if you look at, like, at the front of his, I mean, like the walkways, like there, there's sidewalks behind his gate and my gate, well, like a gravel sidewalk, but the concrete goes out where it just exactly meets that gate. So like, once you open up your gate, do you have concrete poured after that? I mean,
Yeah, but on my house, you can kind of see the gate comes right up to the front of the pillar, but there's once you go back about 2 feet, it dips in quite a bit, so that it would change the aesthetic look of the gate a lot if you were to take it back, because that is a pillar there. As you go back 2 feet, if you pushed it back 3 feet, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be longer. Because there's a brick pillar and then it dips back into like siding.
Sir, next case. I don't know if you identified yourself. You have a form, this is our new rule, for the next case, but not for this one.
Yes.
To speak for it, so I'll need you to add, you can use the same form, just add this case number to it.
Okay.
And then identify yourself.
Wade Ward, 2116 Northwest 27th.
2116?
I own the house across the street, and I live in that one.
You guys are confusing.
I know.
we like each other, it's just everybody else.
We get that.
You own everything. Okay, so where are we on this?
What may be unique about this particular circumstance is the historic locations of the garages, the fences on this block. Staff has not done a complete survey to make any determination whatsoever as to whether or not it appears that the fences for all of the houses on this block were originally in this location. And that may be something that the applicant would like to explore.
To be honest, at this point, I would recommend denial because of the reasons we've outlined. She said that they can do a survey to consider the historic condition of other fences, so we could continue this to allow for that, and it might show that that is where all the fences historically were, or it may not. So one of the options is to continue the case to allow for time for staff to do that.
Because that would give you a unique circumstance in a way that we could approve what you've already done. If you can't find that, we have to deny it because according to our guidelines, you're not meeting the requirements.
Okay.
Just looking at the photos, you can see on the second PowerPoint photo, actually on the first PowerPoint photo, you can see a ways down the street that there are not fences at the corners of houses. And then on the second one, you can see that at the house to the east and the house to the west of these two properties, there are not fences at the corners. So that's certainly something that could be submitted as documentation to try to make that argument, but just from looking at that little small area, I don't know that.
If I'm understanding you correctly, are you talking about some of the other stockade fences that you're seeing on the other side of the houses? Is that?
Yes.
Yes. And you see how it looks almost virtually even?
Yeah, but they're talking about the depth. They're talking about, they want it away from the corner, why it's not pushed back further. We'd have to.
It's been like that for 20 years.
Well, there are many, many things in many of our districts that have been that way for X number of years.
But typically, aren't those grandfathered in as they are?
They're fine to continue to exist as they are if no changes are made, but once you go and install a completely new fence or a completely new other item or component, then it has to be brought up to meet the guidelines. And that's how everything works with compliance with code in general, that you can have something that's existing but non-conforming, but once you start making changes to it, just like the gentleman that has to put a skylight in for egress, if he'd done nothing to his house, no one would have ever required him to do that.
I'm anti-skylight. I am. Especially for old houses. I don't want cars on center blocks or RVs parked in the neighborhood, and I definitely think the committee does a great job on doing what they're supposed to, but I thought this was just a little bit overwhelming, but I understand now, like as all I was doing is replacing existing fence with new that was old and deteriorated, but yeah, a continuance would be great.
Okay, do we want to go to the November 5th meeting, or is that not enough time?
Is Tuesday enough time for you?
I'm sorry?
Is Tuesday enough time?
I thought staff was going to do a survey.
I can't do the November 5th meeting. I'm getting married that next day. So.
Hold on a second. I thought Angela... Okay, so, great. So you would have to do the survey. You'd have to submit pictures of all the properties on either side of the street by next Tuesday. If you can't, then we'll have to...
I'll cut them off.
Well, they did, no,
Sorry?
now they're saying we have to move it back, too. We'll have to cut our fence back.
Or we can move you, continue the case to the December meeting to give you more time to collect those photographs.
No, I don't have time for that.
We can...
You absolutely do not have to collect the photographs. We can continue it and work with staff towards something that can be an administratively approved revision to what you've done that does meet the guidelines, or can come back at that next meeting and again try to make a case for unique circumstances. Right now,
it's more than just cutting the top down to 6 feet. They want us to push it back now.
But then so you're going to make everybody on the entire block
So that's where we would have to go look.
As soon as they touch their fence, they have to meet the guidelines.
So the fence was destroyed. I mean, it was in terrible
I have
shape.
that old fence in the back that we could probably put back.
So,
Yeah, that's fine. Continuance is fine.
To November or December?
December.
Okay, what's the December date, Katie? December 3rd? Is that right?
Okay.
is it the 3rd? I think so.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move to continue HPCA 14-00189 to the December 3rd meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Nita Clement and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, opposed? Okay, continued.
HPCA 14-00190 at 2109 Northwest 27th Street, Shepherd, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application of Bradley Wade Ward for certificate of appropriateness to, 1, replace fence required. I don't know if we need additional discussion on...
You want to make the same motion?
Make a motion to continue to the December 3rd meeting, HPCA 14-00190.
Second.
What date is it again?
Did you get a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I'm confused. Okay, it's been moved by Heather Clement and seconded by Ann Zackwitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it's continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next item.
HPCA 14-00191 at 905 Northwest 16th Street, Mesta Park, Ward 6, consideration and possible action on application of Jeremy and Crystal Johnson for certificate of appropriateness to...
Go ahead.
Hi.
Go ahead, sorry.
To replace fence. Sorry.
Crystal Johnson. You already know my address. I have a dilapidated fence that I've had since I moved in 2008. And the pictures really don't do it justice as to how dilapidated it is. I have a few more with me. I didn't really have a need to replace it until recently. Both my cars were stolen out of my driveway, and it's just a reminder of how we live in a society where it's just not as safe as you would have hoped. So I have small children, and I just want a fence that I feel like will provide some privacy for me and my kids. And so I really just want to replace a dilapidated fence, and the only issue is the chain link fence and the fact that where it's currently placed is not 40% of the side yard. So to get it to the 40% mark, using the historical house for calculation, and I think that there's at least some genuine debate as to how to calculate that and whether add-ons are included, because looking around my neighborhood, it appears that recent fences that have been put in, they do not calculate the add-on. But in any event, if you just use our house to calculate it, you put us right in an old pecan tree. I would rather rip out the old pecan tree than have a fence that's like that. But anyway, or if you do the 13 feet, that puts it at a basement door. I don't want to advertise my basement door. I don't like it. And so I get that you put a premium on preserving historic features, but you can still see the pretty windows. What you won't be able to see is the air conditioning units, which I noticed in the guidelines are something that you guys want to cover, so I do too, and I want to cover up that door. But you will still be able to see these windows here with the fence that I have proposed. Now, what the staff has come back with and proposed is a transparent fence there and kind of like an L-shaped transparent fence. I don't think I have the authority from my neighbors to take down their fence and put up 3 feet of transparent fence where they've had a stockade fence. So I could leave their dilapidated stockade fence and put up 3 feet of transparent fence there. I could do a transparent fence in the front and try to do some privacy bushes like I've been trying to grow for years. You can see the bush there. So I think that there should be an exception made, considering a fence where the fence has been located for so many years will not harm the pecan tree. It will cover the door, which the last 2 fences that have been put in my neighborhood I have pictures of, and they all go right up to and are enclosing a door, which makes sense because people want their doors to be covered from passerbyers.
Could I ask a question? I hate to interrupt you, but what was the recommendation on the south condition, that the south facing fence location along the west property line, talking about the fence along the property line?
It says to install a transparent fencing at the south-facing fence location and along the west property line to a point of 13 or more feet back, which would be...
So we have a transparent fence that in this location we're looking at. Were you saying also the one along the property line? It would require changing the neighbor's fence.
That is probably correct. You were going to replace, their fence was going to come down?
Yes, at my cost, I was going to replace the entire fence with, hope that maybe somebody would kick in. But, it's just so bad.
Yeah. You could do your own transparent fence set inside of their fence if they didn't want it to be transparent, but that kind of defeats the purpose of us requiring you to use a transparent fence.
That's what I'm saying. I would like to just put a nice, normal, stockade-looking fence that looks just like the rest of the fence, with the exception of this chain link fence. It would go there as well, and it would all be uniform so that it would look best. You could still see the historic feature of the windows. The only thing you wouldn't be able to see is the air conditioning units and the basement door.
Yeah, so the fence, as shown on the plan on page 2, stockade fence all the way around, and the only issue is the section that's north of the 40% line?
Okay, I don't really understand why we're suggesting a transparent fence.
Well, transparent fences can be farther forward than opaque fences in the guidelines.
Oh, okay.
They can be closer to the front wall of the house. So staff's suggestion was that you could do a transparent fence across the front.
But the rest of it's good except for that one little section, right?
Right. Yes.
That one little section and possibly a piece along the property line, but then it wouldn't align with the neighbor's fence.
Right. Can't this be an exception when we're putting a side entry door into the backyard? Is that not an exception?
That would be my request.
I think we've allowed unique circumstances when aligned with an architectural element, like a door,
right,
to put in the backyard, or air conditioning equipment.
So I have a question then. What if you move the fence back to just in front of that basement door? Does that meet the 40% or no?
That is right at 40% if you don't calculate the add-on that was made and that was put in about like the 90s. But it would put it right at the pecan tree and require removing the tree, which again, in my opinion, would be a better option than advertising that basement door.
What kind of transparent fence? Would that be a transparent fence?
Mm-hmm. So what if we, I don't think we want to remove old trees.
Right.
What if we move the fence back to just in front of that tree, would that be in front of the 40% mark?
It would, but it would, and so it wouldn't alleviate the transparency problem, but also where it is now is it's aligned with the structure, so it would look much nicer when it's flush with the, I mean, again, my primary concern is just getting away from the transparency and also having a transparent fence abutting my neighbor's current dilapidated fence.
So your neighbor's dilapidated fence is going to remain?
If you were to require me to put in a 3-foot transparent fence, I just wouldn't.
The section from the property line over to his house where it says neighboring fence, that's to remain. Is that correct?
That wood fence that you see on the screen right now would remain.
Does that remain?
That would remain,
Okay.
and then.
So you're saying now you would want to align with that fence?
Right.
You would prefer to align with that fence?
I would prefer it to align with the corner of my house. I have a better picture of it if that would help.
I think she wants to keep the new fence where the existing chain link is that right? Because that would align
I'm
with the...
sorry, can you repeat your question?
You want to keep the new fence in line or where the existing chain link is?
Yes, yeah, because it lines up, it's hard to see from this angle, but it lines up with that cutout. So I could see why they put that fence there in the first place, because it just makes architectural sense to have your fence flush with that corner point. So yes, I just want to put it where the fence is now and has been for as long as I'm aware. I think I have a picture of the house in the 70s.
So what is the transparent fence material we're talking about?
Well, the applicant hasn't proposed anything for that. It would be, that would be something that we could administratively approve.
Okay.
I was trying to calculate.
I think, personally, you guys, I can't make a motion, but I think we can approve a transparent fence, unique circumstance, aligning with architectural elements, enclosing the basement garage door, and aligning with the neighbor's fence to the...
It's not aligning to the neighbor's fence. It's just in line with the side of the corner of her house. The neighbor's fence actually goes forward, right?
You're right.
Oh, it is?
So that
Okay,
would make
sorry.
it even more awkward to have like an L-shaped transparent fence with like cutting out like a little tiny 3-foot section of their fence.
Well, the point with the transparent fence is you don't really see it. You see through it. So I don't know that we would agree that it would seem awkward.
Okay. I mean, it would seem purposeless to have a stockade fence and a transparent fence side by side for 3 feet is what I'm saying. So even if I could do a transparent fence in the front, which again, I feel like there should be an exception for the fact that I have a basement door there and
That's what I was proposing.
the tree.
So I'd say rebuild the stockade fence, but provide a transparent fence where the existing chain link is. With unique
He's not wanting the transparent fence.
Okay, I guess I'm totally confused.
I proposed a 6-foot standard stockade fence that looks identical to 80% of the existing fence, with the exception of this chain link portion, which I would like it to be uniform and just put a fence there as well, as opposed to just putting another chain link
Oh, I
fence.
see. You haven't agreed for that to be transparent. You want it to be stockade.
Yes, please.
Staff was recommending that portion be transparent, and I would agree with that.
Could you do a second, could you have a secure chain link fence there and then get approval for a wood fence at the 40% mark?
Will that be
I'm not sure.
interfere with the tree and the door?
No, past there, because she can have it past there. Then it'd be somewhat secure. I mean, she's feeling like it's not secure, I think, to have a chain link fence where you can see into her garage door.
Right.
I mean,
What is it that we want people to see?
basement.
Our air conditioning
That's what she
units and our
feels
basement
insecure
doors?
about. But
We want them to see the historic
Vision or
features.
security?
security, I think. So, I mean, if the guidelines don't allow for if she has to keep that, then maybe in addition, she could put a wood fence further back. I mean, she kind of I don't know how else to solve the solution if we're not going to give her a wood fence.
Okay. I'm 3 feet away from being entitled to a wood fence under the guidelines, and there is a pecan tree and a basement door that keeps me away from those 3 feet, so I'm asking for an exception.
So we do have 2.8.9 says, fences and fence walls shall be located at or behind the front 40% of the side yard of the main building unless the fence is 75% transparent. Depending on the design and architecture of the main building, additional requirements of this section may apply. That's not what I thought that was going to say. That was less helpful than I thought.
That's what I was citing.
You know, we have guidelines that talk about fences on corner lots aligning with neighboring corner lot fences that allow some discretion for the commission. Angela, is that correct? She's 3 feet off from the 40%? I was trying to do the math.
If the addition, there's a small addition on the back of the house. She either needs to be 11 feet back from the front corner of the house or 13 feet back
Depending if you count
from the front corner of the house. I don't remember the measurements of the house, I'm sorry. If she hits the 11-foot mark, I believe it's smack dab in the middle of your door. Is that
Pecan tree.
It's in the middle of the pecan
Right.
tree?
This is
And the
proposed to be
13-foot
back about-
back, this is in the middle of your door.
That's correct.
So this is proposed to be back about 8 feet, right?
I'm sorry?
8 feet.
Right now, the current fence is 8 feet back,
8
and I
feet.
need to be at 11 feet back,
It's
which
either a
puts us at
requirement,
the
it's either
pecan
11
tree.
or 13, depending on how you measure.
Yes.
Okay.
So, you know, there is air conditioning equipment that is visible on the side of the house. Now, it's far back from where the fence is, but since we have photos of it from outside her yard that show it, clearly it's visible from outside the yard. I do think from an architectural standpoint that where they have proposed the fence makes sense as far as how it aligns with the building.
I do too. I think there's a unique circumstance. I think we ought to just go for it, but I can't make the motion. It's set back significantly.
It is, you can really see a lot of the front entryway window, and of
There's
course,
also
all
a
the
big
front
tree
porch.
right there, right in front of it, so. Somebody want to make a motion one way or the other?
I move to approve HPCA 14-00191 to replace fence with the unique circumstance that the fence, in order to be 40% back from the front of the historic house, would interfere with a large existing tree, landscape feature, and door on the house, thereby making the position of the fence as proposed the most logical position for it to be installed.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Okay, so moved by Jeff Parks and second by Joe Meacham. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Who's the nays? 2 down there at the end, so it's 6-2. Thank you. You're approved. Somebody want this back? All right, next case.
HPCA 14-00193 at 604 Northwest 36 Terrace, Crown Heights, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of David Daniel Gibson for certificate of appropriateness to 1, install new driveway, and 2, replace and extend sidewalk elective.
Okay. Applicant's present, and he has filled out his blue form. I've got it. So state your name.
Hi, I'm David Gibson at 604 Northwest 36 Terrace.
Okay, thank you. All right, comments.
As you'll see from the pictures, the existing driveway is accessed off of Northwest 36th Street, not Terrace, and is not terribly usable. And the applicant would like to install a new driveway in the front of the house. One thing we talked about was that there would be no changes to the topography of the yard, no curbs, retaining walls, that sort of thing. So if approved, that might be a good thing to include as a condition, that if any of those things become a necessity, they need to come back and revise.
The plan on page 3, it says existing drive pointing to the side, the new drive, it looks like.
Yeah, I saw that too, and that is
error?
a mistake.
Mistake, okay. So all that
But the drive would go all the way back.
All the way from 36 to the garage is new. Right? Okay.
Yes. Yes, just, you can just cross out that text. I think that's just an error.
What happens to the old driveway?
The old driveway just remains.
You going to leave it there?
Yeah, because there's two usable doors, garage doors there, that if, I want to put the car in for a hailstorm, then it can go right on in. But this way, instead of parking on the street and having all the people park outside here, we can come on up like everybody else in the neighborhood.
So you're not going to modify your garage to turn the doors?
No, I'm not modifying the garage.
Okay. All right. Questions?
But pulling out of there is very difficult and doesn't make sense anymore. The neighbor next to me also, they did the same thing back about 10, 11 years ago. And there's a photo of their house.
What is the width of the driveway? Is it on there?
I have it at 10 feet.
10 feet. I don't see it on there, but it is 10 feet. Okay.
I think I would lean toward, and don't wait till I finish everything I'm saying, David. I would lean toward denying it because historically there was no drive in the front. However, I do think there is a unique circumstance, this being one of the only houses on that block that has a drive to 36th Street, and that is a very busy street, and there is a hill there that comes down. It is dangerous. So I would be inclined to approve it with unique circumstances, with that unique circumstance. So see, I was going somewhere good.
Is that a motion?
Yes,
Okay.
that's a motion.
Is there a second?
Hold on a minute.
The conditions.
With the conditions that are listed in the staff recommendation, with the specific findings of the proposed work. David, do you agree to the conditions? Did you read those? Do you agree to those? Okay, all right. With agreed upon conditions, will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property. The items comply with all relevant guidelines and sections of Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in section C and or D of the staff report. And then back to the unique circumstance that this is one of the only homes on that block that has a drive that exits onto Northwest 36th Street, which is a very busy street. And there's a hill, so it limits visibility when backing out and backing in.
Second.
Who seconded? Jennifer. Okay, it's moved by Frank Clement, seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Approved.
Thank you.
Quickest one today. Okay, next.
HPCA 14-00194 at 2113 North Broadway Avenue, Heritage Hills East, Ward 6. Consideration and possible action on application of Christopher Ferguson for certificate of appropriateness to 1, construct garage, elective, 2, construct fence, elective, 3, install concrete driveway and sidewalk, elective, and 4, reconfigure split lots, elective. We should probably discuss item 4 before the others because it's kind of contingent upon, or the others are contingent upon 4 being approved. Just briefly, this lot has had various configurations and properties in various alignments over time and had previously been split. The applicant would like to recombine the lots and build an accessory structure here for the primary structure that's already been approved on what is currently the north lot.
So we're not resplitting the lots, we're combining lots that had previously
Correct.
been split?
Yes.
Right,
Yep.
to their previous and historic
To
condition?
one of many historic
One of many.
configurations. Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah, one of them.
But that title work was fun, huh?
Chris Ferguson, 1201 Northwest 19th Street.
Thank you. So, So what are you combining on here? You're combining, is that one lot?
Well, so originally, the lots along Broadway ran east and west, and so what we're looking at right here is lots 1, 2, and 3. I currently own the east 58 feet of lots 1, 2, and 3, and my neighbor to the west owns the west 48 feet plus the 10 feet of the abandoned alley. So that east 58 feet, sometime in the past, got split again into two kind of close sections, and so I'm wanting to recombine those two lots into one new lot that'll be 58 feet of frontage along Northwest 21st Street and 158 feet worth of frontage along Broadway.
Okay, basically what's inside that square on there.
Yeah.
Okay. These are the two lots right here.
Yes.
Fronting on Broadway, okay. Just not clear, so. Maybe. Okay. Anybody have a problem with that? Somebody want to approve item 4? It's contingent. Everything else is contingent.
Katie? Do we have does this include, this one site map include all the things that we're discussing? I guess I'm a little confused.
So the site map on page 2 of 35 of your staff report shows a proposed, well, an already approved but not yet built house that faces north to 21st Street, a property line down the middle, and then the proposed garage at the south end. Currently, that property line exists, and these are two separate properties. You cannot build which he owns, and which combined would align with other properties going down the block, both in length and width. You can't build an accessory structure without a primary structure to which it is accessory. So if he owns both lots, so you would think, well, you can just go build on the other lot, but they won't let him get a permit to build the garage.
That's interesting.
On the smaller lot with this configuration if there's not a house to go with it, because it's zoned for single-family residential, and they would consider that to be a storage building. So it's been quite an educational experience working on
Sounds like
working on this.
So does anyone want to approve that item?
So just to be clear, your proposed new south property line, does it align with the south property line of your neighbor to the west, or is there a jog?
There's no jog. The west property line of both split lots, north and the south split lot, will stay the same. And then for the new combined, basically, like she said, on page 2 of 35, there's a property line running down the middle.
Right.
Erase it.
Right. So your south property line aligns with your neighbor's south property line. Is that true?
My south property line aligns with their north property line.
Okay, I'm looking at the Sanborn map. Is it, if you look at the lots that you're combining, basically the whole scheme is eliminating the two houses that faced east or face Broadway. Those won't be there, but instead there'll just be a single house facing north 21st with a garage, and then
On page 4 of 35, is that the one you're looking at?
435?
4 of 35 in the staff report?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that whole square isn't right.
That one's not right.
Yeah, you have to kind of divide that in half. Remember, you see lots 1, 2, and 3 there? I own the east 58 feet of lots 1, 2, and 3. My neighbor at 104 Northwest 21st Street, she owns the east 48 feet of lots 1, 2, and 3, and 10 feet of that abandoned alleyway that says not opened. Her house kind of hangs over into that alleyway a little bit.
If you look at page 3, it's a little less cluttered, and that's the 1922 Sanborn. At that time, for whatever reason, it was one property for 100 and 104. but now the property line splits those. So 104 is not part of this consideration, and it'll go back to it's proposed to go back to a configuration more similar to what was there at 100 Northwest 21st, with a house facing 21st and a garage. I don't know which way that garage was oriented, but...
And then no house facing Broadway?
Right, no house.
Okay. Thank you.
And looking at that map, too, you can see, I think we're getting confused talking about different property lines, that the southern property line will be in line with all of his neighbors' southern
Kind of
property lines.
running down the middle of Block 15
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Well, that southern one is Lot 4 of Block 15. That's the original configuration that things were laid out on Broadway.
Do we have drawings of the house?
We already proved the house.
But how do we know how do we know the garage matches the house?
Sorry, I should have included those. I intended to include those in your packet, and I didn't.
Okay.
He is using all the same siding materials, the same windows, the same
I took everything
trim.
from the house and just threw it in there because I didn't want to take a lot of time with it.
It's basically the exact same documentation for all the materials and building components for the garage as the house.
Okay, we can take these separate, or?
I do have another question real quick, sorry, because it does, one of the conditions that the staff recommended says a more traditional pedestrian door compatible with secondary doors on the adjacent recently approved primary structure be selected. Can you clarify why the pedestrian door on the garage does not go with what we approved on the house?
The proposed pedestrian door is a fairly utilitarian, kind of modern-looking, just slab door. And we typically approve pedestrian doors that have a little more architectural detail to them. Are you okay with that?
Of course, I'm okay with it. I was having, the one I proposed fits your guidelines for Heritage Hills East. It's a garage. These things fall apart often. I don't mind buying $50 more worth of door and sticking it up there. I was kind of messing with you guys.
What about the single garage door? Comments?
I'm okay with it.
Okay, we're talking about it. It is only 20 feet wide.
You're going to run into that problem over and over again with the size of garages that you're allowing. It's just, and the size that they're making cars nowadays. You know, I have 3 children, so we have a big car.
What was that?
You guys have 2 different regulations right now that you prefer. You prefer to have the divided two stalls, but you also want a 450 or 430 square foot garage, and that conflicts with just the way that people live nowadays. They have bigger vehicles. It's hard to get everything working together with all the different requirements.
Can we just approve a garage that was 20 by 20 with a single door?
Yeah, that's why I was bringing it up, because we did that. This one's a little smaller, it's actually 19 by 20, so.
It's 20 feet away.
This one is facing Broadway and not an alley, so that is one
It's more
consideration.
Very
But-
visible, yeah. Excuse me. Do we want to vote on the lot split first, or, I mean, reconfigure?
I move to approve HPCA 14-00194, items 2 and 4.
2.
Unless someone has any comments on item 2. No?
Second.
Okay, so moved by Neela Clements, seconded by, was it Jennifer? Jennifer Bourne, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, items 2 and 4 are approved. On to items 1 and 3.
Mr. Ferguson, there are other conditions listed in the staff recommendation. Did you have a chance to look over those? One was, we were talking about the pedestrian door. Item B is a true tongue and groove beadboard be used for soffits, and then there's a third item there. Are you okay with those?
Well, I would prefer to use, just because it's easier to build, the sheet material that looks like tongue and groove on a garage. It's been approved before. If the committee is going to make a recommendation going forward that everybody uses tongue and groove, I don't mind being the first, but it's kind of along the same nature as the door. It's less than 400 square foot garage. So, but if it's a matter of getting approved or not, paying a carpenter a little bit more to install tongue and groove isn't a big deal. Just preference is to have the sheet material that you can get from Forest and just.
That answer your question?
Yeah, I was just reading the staff report about that beadboard and wondering if staff can direct me to the guidelines where you got that idea that he would use the true tongue and groove, just for my reference.
Let me see.
I'm just thinking.
We have that materials for new construction should be consistent with those at other buildings within the property block and historic district.
Tell me which one is it?
4.6.2.
Okay.
Consideration should be given to the pattern of development of the specific property and lot. And then we have the guideline that allows fiber cement wrap siding. So we don't have a guideline that specifically says for new construction, soffits should be tongue and groove beadboard. I think that's just been what staff has kind of recommended to applicants to do and what the commission has approved. And we did approve one recently that was using a Hardy plank beadboard product in the soffits. So it's probably something that we need to look at.
Well, I'm also
what
looking
standards
at,
we're going to kind of set and what we need to tell applicants when they come in, as far as what materials are okay at new construction.
Well, I'm hearing, he's saying it's a secondary structure, so we do allow different materials. If we're looking at guideline 4.4.9, materials used for the exterior facades of a garage were often different and less costly than those used for the primary building. I don't know that I feel strongly one way or another on the tongue and groove beadboard. Does anyone else? I think it's a secondary structure. I think it can be different.
Yeah, I agree. Since it's a soffit, I care about it less. But I think that if it were someone coming in to build a garage that had 4x8 sheets of plywood that had little grooves in it, I think that's something that this commission would hopefully not approve. I'm kind of with you. I don't have a really strong feeling one way or another. I'd hate to, maybe we've approved it before. I'd hate to continue that pattern, though, actually. But. So then there's also the question of the driveway and kind of reconfiguring the driveway and the concrete. And have you read over that? Does that make sense to you?
This is one I had to fight on.
So is the issue of this that we're putting a 9-foot driveway next to the neighbor's driveway, and the combination of the two is too wide?
By the time you add all that up?
Is that what the staff report's commenting on? So you'd rather separate the two driveways?
Yes, and not have such a large paved area in front of the garage.
But not have a big rectangular area, sort of curved or something.
The reason why it is the way it is, there's two valid reasons, I think. You guys can decide if it's valid or not. The first is the reason why I'm kind of coming back and doing this other configuration with the garage is there's a property dispute with the neighbor to the west. And so I want there to be access to the property that is big enough on this property when it's done where I don't have to cross someone else's property to get to my garage. So they're suggesting having two driveways split. Actually, I think I have three reasons. The second one is more vague. The second reason is having it back as far south and as far as west as possible gives me the biggest backyard as possible. The third reason is another really good reason. And it's kind of a special circumstance. We're talking about Broadway, and all up and down Broadway there's lots of concrete, but more specifically we're talking about the southbound lane of North Broadway. You got everybody coming off the Broadway extension. They're kind of used to being going at a faster speed. You know, there's a stoplight at 23rd Street, but then they're heading south. And this is from a civil site design thing. It's not good to have two separate driveways really, really close to each other. It creates a safety hazard with the way the cars pull out, the way the cars pull in, and then someone coming, I don't know if there's a better picture than that, but someone coming south, if there's two cars and one pulls out, they might think that they're okay, and then another one pulls out. It's just the way that drivers and psychology works. Having two driveways that close together is a problem. And then also, let's see here. Also, if I were to scoot it over, I think I'd be right next to or right. Is there a pole there or not a pole? There's no pole there. Good.
If you build on the south property line as you're proposing, are you going to be right on the edge of that, or will there be a grass area in between?
No, it'd be right on the edge. I'd move over. You know, I said 9 feet. It could be 8 feet probably.
Well, right now you've got the south edge of your drive on the south property line.
Yes.
Would that abut the neighbor's driveway?
Yes.
Because it's built on the property line too? Okay. So that'll make
within a foot.
Okay.
Historical areas aren't necessarily true. You know, it's within a foot. The neighbor's driveway is actually a 6 foot. You know, I've had this thing surveyed and stuff.
What?
The neighbor's driveway is actually on my land. I'm the neighbor. That Lot 4's driveway is about a foot onto the southern lot's land.
Of your property?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you do see lots of times driveways side by side, but I don't know if I understand the traffic issue. I think what the staff was saying also is that right now you have a big rectangular where the part where the front of the garage kind of looks like a parking
All right. Yeah.
lot. They're saying they'd like to see the drive come in and then widen to go to the garage, like you would see, not be a parking space.
Well, the idea was that I could have, if I had visitors, I could have a couple people park.
So you intended that to be a parking area?
Yeah, or if, the wife decides to put a bunch of stuff that should be in a garage sale in there and we have to park out, that's just the way, things are. This house that was already approved doesn't have a whole lot of storage, so it could be, that garage could be in storage and it'd be nice to have a place to park outside.
I don't know if that would be a unique circumstance, to say there's no storage in the house we just proposed that was approved.
Yeah.
We need to put our stuff in our garage, so I don't know.
Well, I was talking practical. No, that's not unique, but being on Broadway and the speed that traffic travels, going southbound particularly, is having a gap there, having them so close. I'm not sure that once this committee approves that I don't go to traffic control, because I'll need to go to them for a curb cut. That they won't allow it. And then I'd have maybe I can move it up closer, but I'd have like maybe a curb cut in the middle of the lot or something. It's a traffic control thing.
I'm not as opposed to the side-by-side, because you do see those, but I don't like the big rectangular concrete area as much, because it looks like a parking area. You said that's what you do. I would see a drive that would curve and widen as it approached the garage, as the staff recommended, personally. So, guys, what do you guys think?
I agree with you.
All of that?
I agree with the staff recommendation.
What about the side-by-side driveways, though? You do see those a lot.
You don't see them a lot.
You do see them. I mean, I should say that. Right. You see them.
No, I know of some existing ones that have probably been that way for a long, long time.
Usually
they don't look as great, but sometimes that's just the way it is.
Depending on whether they get along with your neighbor, usually it's a problem because they get on the wrong side, they park on your side.
It happens a lot in Heritage Hills East, especially along both 20th and 21st Street.
So if you separate your driveway, you would avoid that problem.
You would, but you'd still run into the traffic issue.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I'd like to see documentation. You know. So.
What, just for clarification, still kind of wrapping my head around on the lot stuff, why is the garage in the driveway facing Broadway and not 21st Street? Because the house...
With a long driveway?
Well, aren't they all?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean, sorry. I guess what I'm saying is looking at the Sanborn maps of the direction of the houses that were on these lots before, the auto house was in kind of the typical place right behind the house and the garage, and then the drive, I'm assuming, went out to 21st instead of to Broadway. I was just curious as to, in us trying to kind of figure out this whole concrete pad facing Broadway sort of thing, the issue of having one garage door looking at Broadway instead of sitting further back from the house facing 21st. I was just...
I'd be happy to. The number one, it's a corner lot. It's pretty standard to have coming off that way. There's other properties along Broadway that access from Broadway. Second is there's a property dispute with my neighbor to the west, and what was approved before was a shared driveway with that neighbor. And so I'd rather not.
So what we saw on the original was onto 21st?
For the primary house, the northern split lot, there was a shared driveway with the neighbor to the west.
Okay.
Which is even worse. Side-by-side driveways. Okay.
So I mean, I'm leaning toward approving these items with the conditions that staff has outlined, since we've discussed them a little bit further.
Which are, what are your conditions?
Page 9 and 9.
Pedestrian door, better traditional pedestrian door plus the beadboard?
Align the cars.
Okay.
I agree with Commissioner Parks that maybe we've approved that sheet material before, but we don't want to start down a path that we're going to regret. So I kind of talked me into that one, and I do agree with item C, that there's too much concrete there.
On item C, or on the driveway, I was in my head picturing a driveway that would be straight on one side all the way to the garage door opening and would widen on the other side. I didn't draw a picture of it and not go like that. So
What, does it make a difference?
that's just what I picture as being the more common configuration that we see. And usually that's when a driveway is going past the house and then widening.
On one side?
You know, it's on the property line on one side and then widening into the backyard.
So did we also want to make a separate driveway? Not side by side? That's in the staff report. We recommend specific finding number 2.
I don't have a problem with it flaring out to the garage, as long as it makes sense to be able to back out.
Okay, there's
I
one.
do have a problem with the separating of the drives.
But you would not want to do that?
I wouldn't feel comfortable with it.
Okay. What do you guys think down there?
Did you say that their drive is already on your property? Sort of?
It's a technicality. No one really built super true with surveys and stuff, and most of the time it doesn't matter. I had a pin survey done, and
But there's not 5 feet between the property line and the next guy's driveway. It's close, is that right?
no, the lot 4, the one that's already built, the one you see in the corner there, the edge of that driveway is a little bit on, 6 inches a foot, onto the south end of the southern existing lot. It's already there. I'm just building onto that.
Okay.
So the right-hand sliver of that driveway sits on your property?
Right, on the southern lot.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't really have a problem with the new driveway abutting that driveway. You had mentioned maybe reducing the width of it from 9 feet to 8 feet or something.
Yeah. I mean,
and
as
I
long
think-
as there's enough, as long as there's enough to get, in case in the future I sell that one, and I sell this one, and then there's a Hatfield and McCoy situation, I want to make sure that that person that owns the new combined lot can get into their house without someone throwing a fit to throwing it over their property.
Without some joint agreement hassle with your neighbor because your actual driveway is on their property or something.
Something like that.
I'm fine with that.
8 feet for the narrowest portion?
Yes.
And then widening out this person's garage, which, yeah. Okay? Is there a motion?
So I would move to approve HPCA 14-00194, items 1 and 3, with the following conditions. A, that a more traditional pedestrian door compatible with secondary doors on the adjacent recently approved primary structure be selected and submitted to staff prior to release of the certificate of appropriateness. B, that true tongue and groove beadboard be used for soffits. And C, that a driveway that abuts, adjoins, touches the neighbor's driveway that is 8 feet wide at its narrowest point, then flares out to meet the garage doors as proposed, and wrapping the sidewalk around the northeast corner of the structure be installed with a revised site plan submitted to staff prior to release of the certificate of appropriateness, that the specific findings of the proposed work with the agreed upon conditions will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property or properties. The items comply with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in section C and D of the staff report.
Second.
Who's that?
Neela.
Neela? Okay, it's been moved by Jeff Parks and seconded by Neela Clements. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, you're approved.
Are we good to go on the one garage door?
It is approved. Surprise, surprise. Okay, next item.
HPCA 14-00197 at 705 Northwest 41st Street, Crown Heights, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application of Gregory Johnson by Julie Johnson for certificate of appropriateness to, 1, install 7 to 8 foot tall fence with cap and trim at west property line at the southwest corner of house required, and 4, install 7 foot tall wood fence around air conditioning units required.
Which one are we on?
Which one are you?
Katie, did we skip one?
You think you're going to skip one?
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry. My notes are all over the...
Crazy.
14-00196 at 809 Northwest 41st Street, Crown Heights, Ward 2. Consideration and possible action on application of Tiffany and Greg Eichner by Winter House Interiors for a certificate of appropriateness to 2, replace front door elective, and 3, replace side door elective.
Okay, you're still here. Introduce yourself.
I am Steve Winters, representing Tiffany and Greg Eichner, 809 Northwest 41st Street.
Okay.
I'm Greg Eichner, 809 Northwest 41st Street.
Okay, great, thank you. We're now legal.
That's sweet.
Okay, any questions on this case?
I would move to approve item 2 unless there's some discussion.
I think this is the one they had submitted 2 different...
Yes.
2 different options for that front door, is that right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And I think staff had recommended option number 2, which was not your first pick, but it seemed to be the more historically appropriate.
Lacking a shelf, which was fine.
Okay. You're okay with option 2?
2 is great.
Yes.
All right. Is that your motion, Neela?
Do we need to make that a condition that they're selecting option 2?
You could probably just add it within the motion.
Okay.
Say item 2, option 2.
Okay. I move to approve HPCA 14-00196, item 2, option 2, to replace front door with the specific findings that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section D of the staff report.
Second.
Is that Jennifer? Been moved by Neela Craig Clements and seconded by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item 2 is approved. Option 3. Side door, number 3.
So I would ask Mr. Winters, did you have a chance to look at the staff report? Staff recommends continuance of item 3, and the reasons listed that the proposed full-light door is not consistent with the original visible side door. No documentation has been provided indicating the door is not original.
We do have documentation now that the door was purchased by the previous owner in England and brought over and reconditioned and hung. We have a statement from the realtor, their listing realtor, and then the lady who previously owned the house.
Can we see those?
I just got them last
There it
night.
is. Is that it?
So do you have documentation on what was there before?
Yes.
Very good.
You mean before they installed the door from England?
Yes.
No idea what was there before they installed the door from England.
Do you know approximately when that was installed?
I bought the house in 2003. It was there when I bought the house.
I mean, it looks like a Victorian door. Is what it looks like.
It doesn't match any door in the neighborhood or anything about the house. But they love it, and we're going to give it to them if we can replace it.
So what door are you planning on replacing it with?
Well, what we would like to do, we did, originally we filed to replace a window. We're doing a redesign in the living room on the interior, and there was a bookcase there. And so we removed the bookcase, and there was a true light window. And so that's the only true light window in the house. And so they approved to keep that window in the structure and let us unboard the outside of it. So our decision now is, since that is a true light window and the only one, then the door next to it, if we could do a true light, like a 15-light door, and they would be consistent with each other on the porch side.
Consistent with?
The window that's right next to it.
I think we originally applied for basically an all-window door.
Yeah.
Let more light into the living room. That's before we knew that behind the boards was an actual existing window from the house. Now, it doesn't match any other of the windows because it's just a single. Put in.
Do you have a door to submit for approval for the side door?
We have doors
Yes.
from the Colonial Collection.
Yeah.
Okay, so now what's the design?
15 light.
15-light, true.
15-light.
True light. Just,
Do you have a picture of the window?
yes, you guys, it's in the file.
15 lights, it's like, going up, that's all.
Yeah.
There it is.
Where is it? Oh, it's in the original.
Well, I had the book, right?
They've got it.
Katie, I would ask the emails that they brought us to say that the door was not original, and I guess the previous owner said that they bought it in England and had it reconditioned. Is that sufficient proof that it's not original to the house, or do we need something else?
She's out of the country now. I could get an affidavit when she gets back, but that's all we have for now.
What was your question?
Is the documentation they've submitted saying the door was not original, is it sufficient for us to contend that it's not original.
I think it is.
You know, yeah, we usually take emails and letters and that sort of thing from previous property owners.
Okay. I didn't know if we
And I
could
think
photograph
if
the
others,
original door
if
or
others
something.
kind of concur that the door doesn't really go with this, I mean, it's obviously a historic door, but maybe not historic to this house.
Right, no, I think you couple that information with what we see and that door not being one that we have ever seen before, that you put all that together. And
And your standard is different? I mean, you're not trying to legally prove it. It's a matter of what you all accept as correct. So.
Okay.
It's a cool door, look good somewhere else. England.
Could be for sale if anyone's interested.
Okay. And so the new 15 light coordinates with,
It was in the colonial, it looks sort of like the original window that was original to the house, and it's from the colonial collection, which I guess our house is
I just gave her
colonial, but- Oh, have you seen it?
the 15 light.
Yeah.
Standard 15 light door look like.
Do you have a picture of the, do we? Oh, okay. No, of the window, the historic
window is in
I think it was in
window?
an original, there was a picture.
We sent a file of it.
But it wasn't in the packet.
Just a second, I'll have it. I have it here. Here it is. Right here.
That's the second floor?
Pardon?
Is that on the second floor?
First floor. It's off the side porch.
Okay, okay.
That's the interior
Oh, okay.
side.
You can look at what someone did to board up the window, which
On the on the other page.
the back of it.
What's it look like? Is it a kind of a window?
Just trying to work with what I got.
Is it a multi-pane? Okay. The rest of the windows in the house, the reason I'm asking, they look pretty simple. They don't look like they're divided line.
No, they're horrible windows. They're horrible windows.
Are they original?
No.
They're not original.
They look like builder grade, single pane windows.
I would think the one we uncovered is probably original.
Oh, okay.
Okay, makes sense. Okay, is there a satisfied motion?
I move to approve HPCA 14-00196, item 3, to replace side door, with the condition that the applicant used the spec sheet that was passed around, the true divided 15 light, with the specific finding that the door that is currently on the side of the house is not historic, which is verified, sorry, I zoned out, which is verified by some letters, one of which is from a previous owner, that the door was purchased from England, with the specific finding that that the proposed work will not have an adverse effect on the historic character of the district or property and complies with all relevant guidelines and sections of the Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section D of the staff report.
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Neil Crank Clement, to second by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, item 3 is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to go.
HPCA 14-00197 at 705 Northwest 41st Street, and I just recently read the description for that, so we'll just continue on. And I think we have, I know we have one person here from the public who had signed up to speak.
We've got 2 people, Julie Johnson and Cindy Ratliff.
I'm the applicant.
Okay.
Do I get a second? Does she speak first since I'm the applicant? Or do we both know?
Well, usually the applicant
Typically,
comes
we have the applicant come up,
first,
and the
yeah.
commission can discuss it and ask any
Ask
questions, and then...
And then we have a rebuttal.
No. I know that it's all kind of already in there, so these were installed 3.5 years ago. My husband, I was not married to him at the time, so he did not seek a CA. And so now we are doing it in retro. So everything else has been approved on the work that we had done except these two fences. The one on the southwest fence, the corner there, is to hide our trash cans, et cetera. It is a little in front of the portico. And then the 7-foot tall fence around the AC units is that tall, also to block the electrical boxes that are above the air conditioning units. And that's in the back.
Okay. Which one's north?
And I'm sorry, I didn't state my name. I'm Julie Johnson of 705 Northwest 41st.
AC? Is that AC?
Okay, so the item 4, the wood fence around the AC units, that's in the back of the house?
Yes.
Okay. And then the 7 to 8 foot tall wood fence, the west goes the entire property line?
It does go along the property line. It's
back?
shorter in the back, and then it slopes, so it gets
Taller in
taller
front.
as you come forward.
And then it wraps around the trash?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there anything, you're saying that it's hiding something, is anything that's back there over 6 feet tall that needs to be hidden?
No, and I don't know if they were just kind of coming off the height of the neighboring fence that it adjoins, and that's how they came to that specific height. I don't know what the entire process was there.
It would appear that it does not meet the guidelines that we have and would need to be reduced to 6 feet.
I'm not hearing a specific, a special circumstance that would allow us to approve it at its current height.
Well, and really the only reason we put the trash cans that far forward anyway is just due to the width of the portico, and we have an unusable garage, which you'll see next year. So that's kind of the reason everything is so far forward.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Oh, the reason that we even have the trash cans so far forward is because we can't use our garage. The height of the doors and the length of it isn't functional. So we have to park our cars just in the portico and the driveway. And so it's just more of a convenience than anything. So it's not necessarily
I don't think that
mandatory.
qualifies as a unique circumstance.
I'd like to have one of those in front of my house, too.
After we talked about our last fence, does this fence come in the too far forward rule also?
Well, yeah, it's in front of the house, so. It actually extends beyond the face of the house. But it doesn't go across the driveway, right? It just
No, it just ends at the driveway there.
ends and then kind of turns out.
Right. There's nothing on the other side, just the house.
It's also too tall. Okay.
And we do have someone from the, if this discussion is concluded, we've got someone from the public that wants to speak too.
Okay. Okay, I guess it's time. Would you like to speak, ma'am? You are Cindy Ratliff?
Yes, sir, I am. And
And your address?
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead and state your name and address.
Cindy Ratliff, 621 Northwest 41st Street, Oklahoma City.
Okay, thank you.
I have been in touch with Greg Woods for 3.5 years, because the fence on the east side, which is adjacent to my house, is about 7 feet, and then when you have the retaining wall, it's almost 9 feet. And I thought I was doing what I was supposed to do. He said, wait, and you will get something from the city, because I have called for these 3 years, not every month or anything, just periodically, because the fence is very large, and I did go to Mr. Johnson before it was put in, because the posts were put in and they're metal. And so I lived there before he did, and Julie did not live with him then. And I said, Greg, please take note of the guidelines. And I had them in my hand. And he did not say something very nice to me. And he put in a fence that is not very attractive to my side. And there are stones partially on the bottom, and some places there aren't. And then, I don't know, did you all get the picture from my letter? You can see, I've only lived there like 7 or 8 years. But my understanding was that I would be notified by the city and I could come before this committee. And so now I understand that this fence on the east side has been approved. And I don't understand that as just a person. But you can see, my fence is the cyclone fence that was there for many, many years in the retaining wall. Greg had this new fence, and you can see Dr. Doherty, there was an older gentleman that lived there, the wrought iron is new, going from coming forward. So my understanding was that you then violated anything that was grandfathered in if you took down what was there, which he did. The fence that goes east to west across the front, which is, way beyond the 40% you can see, was the original that Dr. Doherty had when I moved in. So the back fence is quite tall, you can tell. It is, there are stones underneath it, and Julie may know more than I do. I can't really see. It's kind of funny the way it starts at the north end and it comes way forward. I don't know why, but he did put it in, and so I have called the city, as I said, not every month, but I've been in touch with Greg Woods for years. And the first contact I've had from the city was last week, and it made reference to the west side, but I'm not an attorney, and I didn't go to law school, and so I hurried and wrote my letter, because I've actually been pretty patient. I just did what I thought I was supposed to do. So, I would only ask as a neighbor that I don't understand why they don't have a 6-foot fence like all the rest of us.
Okay. I think we understand.
Yeah.
Do you guys have questions for the
Let me just clarify one thing, because we talked about the other fence being administratively approved, and I don't have the administrative approval in front of me to look at what that documentation is, but the approval is listed on this same agenda and says they were approved to install a 6-foot tall wood fence along the east property line. So if that is not what is actually there, then that is not what was approved. So we'll have to look at what that documentation is.
Was that for this?
The fence itself may be
for the
6
same
feet.
The fence
it
is
is
6
raised
feet.
up.
And the reason that it's taller is just due to a grade, because there's a retaining wall on her property that runs the property line, because our home is higher than hers. So from her house, it's not 6 feet tall. From our grade to the top of the fence, it is 6 feet tall.
However, it is, and I know you're not, there are stones on the dirt in their yard that are, and if they come look, the fence is raised. And it,
So
you
when
can
was this
see it in the
approved?
picture.
The stones are a retaining wall to just help with the slope, because our home slopes from back to front.
Well, so that piece of the work, that item, is not something that was on our agenda for today, so it's not something we can take any kind of action on, but we will follow up with you and with the property owner to verify that our documentation is correct in the CA, or if there's something that needs to be revisited.
Thank you.
Okay.
My opinion is if we're looking at the fence that surrounds the mechanical equipment, I don't see there's any special circumstance that it needs to be more than 6 feet tall. And then the fence that's at the front west corner of the property, I don't see a special circumstance for that either.
Well,
Even though the electrical boxes are over 6 feet tall that are in the mechanical area and it's not aesthetically pleasing, and we are the only people that see it, of course, because we're in the backyard, but
Again, I don't think that constitutes a unique circumstance.
you could actually lower those electrical boxes if you had to make them.
Or paint them to match the brick, but I don't think electrical boxes really are what we're intending when we're talking about mechanical. It's generally heat and air.
Yeah, but you can lower them.
But
You can hide them. You can,
several $1,000s.
it's money. It's money. So did this fence that wraps around the front, was it part of this approval, even though it's?
No. What was part of the approval was the fence that is on the east side of their property, that, from what was submitted to staff,
Side.
appeared to meet the guidelines for administrative approval.
If you look at the
East side.
photograph as well, it is interesting, and Julie did not do this.
Oh, just.
If you look, it's very interesting how the fence transitions as well. It's tall, and there are stones at the bottom sitting on the dirt that raise it, and then there's an open box made out of wood, and then it transitions to a 5-foot wrought iron fence that was new. And then there is gravel on the side yard.
Okay, so back to my question. So the east side was approved, correct? Correct. And now we're talking about just the west side approval. Is that correct?
Right.
All of it?
I believe the fencing on the west side of the yard, portions of the fencing on the west side of the yard, they were approved to install a 6-foot tall wood fence along the west and the east property lines.
Oh,
So those are
approved.
in the backyard.
They're approved
Both
for
were
both.
both approved.
Okay.
What we are looking at today that's on the agenda is the little fence in front of the front wall of the house, screening trash cans.
At
and
the
fence-
southwest corner?
Yes,
Just
and then
the
the
trash
fence,
cans
the
screen.
fence at the back corner screening the mechanical.
The two screen walls, basically.
Right.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Yep, lots of fences.
So we're just talking about if we continue this, well, then you would work with staff on making it compliant. It's not going to be able to remain where it is and the height it's at.
my question would be, what would be your setback on the front fence? And then
40%.
40%.
The front of the house if it is a transparent fence.
Okay, and it
Right.
wouldn't be transparent.
40%?
40% if it's
Solid.
not,
Oh,
if
is
it's
it?
solid.
So,
It can
okay,
be solid.
sorry. So in front of the 40% if it's transparent. Okay.
Okay, and then lower the mechanical fence to 6 feet.
Well, yeah.
I'd be fine with that.
Well, I lower the fence for items 1 and 4 to 6 feet, not just.
So I could keep the current placement of?
No.
No, okay.
No.
All right.
6
Yes,
feet
well,
tall.
and that one is 6 feet past the 40% mark anyway. That west fence, it's only 7 feet right there at the front. So further back, the grade goes up and it's 6 feet. So just removing that front panel is not that big a deal.
Okay, is there a motion there again? Oh, no.
Yeah, should we could,
Let me just
if
continue.
we're agreeing to revise everything so that it meets the guidelines, we could continue it and do an administrative approval once we get all the revised documentation.
So I would just bring new photos, et
You would just
cetera.
bring stuff to bring
One
to staff.
quick question, would an option be to do a transparent fence there and do landscaping to hide the trash cans and still have something?
We don't regulate landscape.
Yeah, you can landscape the
Oh, so I could do a transparent fence that far forward as long as it's
No,
7 feet
no.
tall?
No. Katie, what are the guidelines for that?
The fence
We got
can-
confused.
The fence, no fence, no matter how transparent, can be forward of the front wall of the house.
Okay.
Or forward of your neighbor's porch. Right.
But it could be landscape.
You could plant all the hedges you want, and
Got
we
it.
aren't going to review that.
Good to know. All right.
That is. My father's a landscaper.
Looks like John Fluid had a hedge on your plan there, so.
I'm sorry?
Looks like John Fluid had a
Yeah.
hedge on your plan.
Yes.
I move to continue HPCA 14-00197, all items, with the specific finding that additional information and meeting with staff to meet requirements is required from the applicant in order to determine whether or not the guidelines have been, I don't know, I'm making up words now. Whether the action requested is consistent with all relevant guidelines and are in compliance with the relevant sections of Municipal Code 2010 as referenced in Section D of the staff report.
If we're going to work for administrative approval, we could probably continue to December 3rd.
Oh,
just to
yes.
give applicant more time to get to
December
what we need.
Okay.
Second.
Is that Neva?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved by Jennifer Bourne, seconded by Nela Clement. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, you're continued. Okay, next item.
HPCA 14-00198 at 221 Edgemere Court, Edgemere Park, Ward 2, consideration and possible action on application of Rhonda Sparks by Marva Ellard for a certificate of appropriateness to 1, replace west windows elective.
Aye.
Thanks for hanging out. Oh, man. Jeez.
Do we have
6 o'clock.
cocktails yet?
Sounds good to me. Okay. Could you, did you sign in blue form?
Do you have
A blue thing? What do I need?
We have a new deal,
have
a blue
I saw
form.
some back there.
But you can do it afterwards.
I stuck it in this.
I saw some back here, I think.
But go state your name and address, and you can fill out later if you want.
Marva Ellard, 1521 North Chartel Avenue. This is my friend Rhonda's house on Edgemere Court. It's a little out of my neck of the woods, but I did manage to find it. So we've been working on Rhonda's windows, and the north side, south side, and east side were all repairable, so we reglazed, scraped, painted, caulked, all that. Everything was good. The west side windows are bad. They're warped, bowed, split, rotten. The 2 wood casement windows have been replaced before, and they weren't the world's best replacements. And so the windows don't lock, they don't meet, the seals are bowed and separated and rotten, and they don't close at the bottom. My friend Eric Wasson at Window Innovations came out, and we went window by window and tried to figure out. So we're going to use sash kits on the ones that still have good frames. The 2 wood casement windows would probably be totally replaced. If you start looking at some of the trim on some of them, it's separated and warped, and it's just, they're not very good. And so, as you can see in the reflections in the windows, 4 grown women spent part of the day on Sunday on ladders trying to get decent pictures of these windows so we could show you how where the sash and rails meet. A lot of times it's separated, and there's wood rot, and a lot of the bottom sashes, sills where the sashes go down, where the little metal rail is that the windows slide down over. A lot of those are bowed and the windows won't go down, and there's gaps on the corners of those. And and odd things have been added to some of them. You probably have seen, like on the wood casement windows, there's just this vertical board in the middle of them that I don't know if somebody had rigged up a screen or a storm or something at one time, but it's not there anymore. And so
All that kind of stuff.
that is,
I see that.
yeah. And then you'll see some little metal, like little inverted cove or something on some of them that I guess it was an attempt at some time to get the water to shed off of them. And see it, that little funny little thing right there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a little drip mold or something.
Uh-huh. So we started kind of scraping on them and working on them, and then it just was not very hopeful. So that's why we decided to see if we could replace this west side. I don't know if Alan or anybody's driven by, but the front windows have all been redone, and the big arched metal casement window on the front has been redone, but not these.
I think it's great that you saved as many as you did.
Well, we were trying.
How many windows is it total?
Heather, it's the kitchen window, a sitting room window, which is a double window, a dining room window, which is a double window, and then the two wood casements.
Okay.
Got to get all that?
And we're replacing them with Colby & Colby True Divided Light single panes. So, I needed to finish my homework, I'm sorry.
I think if there's any preservationist in Oklahoma City, it's definitely Marva. And if she says these are irreparable, then I would agree.
What's that?
I would too. We were only looking for, that was the only reason to continue.
And that was
clarification.
basically that we needed additional photos, which the applicant has since provided. Yeah,
Okay.
correct. So I
Well,
feel pretty comfortable.
And that was the neighborhood's concern as well, right? Right.
I took the first pictures by myself. It was a little difficult to kind of figure out what went with what window and things, and so...
I can see you in the photos.
And that's Rhonda on the ladder sometimes, so...
So I'll move to approve HPCA 14-00198, item 1. Would it be a finding that, is it a finding that she brought in the photographs? Do we need to mention that?
You could make a finding that additional documentation verified the windows were deteriorated beyond repair.
What Katie said. I second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Neil Crank Clemens, second by Jennifer Bourne. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Sorry you had to wait so long. Okay. Other business.
I did come a little later. I got here about 3:45.
Okay, other business.
Other business, 2015 meeting schedule, discussion and possible action. So the commission has to vote to accept our meeting schedule for the next year, and then we get that on the calendar with the city clerk's office. It follows our standard schedule of the first Wednesday of the month, except for the June meeting. Let me make sure
Second?
Right. I think we're still showing the June. Oh, that's the next month's meeting, sorry. The deadline meeting date thing gets me confused. We moved back what would be the June meeting to May 29th. We're proposing to do that because the June meeting always conflicts with the Statewide Historic Preservation
Yes,
Conference.
thank you. I was
This
gonna
year it's
suggest
in Bartlesville, so we would either be driving up there in the middle of the night after the meeting, or you'd be leaving your house at 4 in the morning or whatever to get there. So it just seems like, we get funding from the State Historic Preservation Office to go to that. It seems like a waste to not make it available to the commission.
I think it's great, but conversely, how come they always have their meeting on that same day? Is there a
I think
reason?
I know they like June for the month, just as far as May is graduations,
Yeah.
yada, yada, and then you get into other holidays.
Yeah, whatever.
I think that's just kind of what they've
What
done.
they've done
for-
always.
Yeah.
First Friday.
They don't care about us.
Surely we should pull some
kidding.
weight, but,
Apparently not.
So this is the Friday after Memorial Day, not the Friday of
Correct.
Memorial Day
It's
weekend.
not, right. It's the following weekend, yeah.
So do we need to approve those dates?
You want to do the...
One and then two, separately.
We have that, and then we have our workshop scheduled. And I will just note, if there's anyone still listening at all in the public, that will also affect our filing deadline to apply. And so we will be sure to mention that at upcoming meetings, that the deadline for the June meeting is different.
Workshop, anything unusual there?
We need to, nope, nothing unusual on the workshop one.
Want to approve, can you do them both at once? One, okay.
I move to approve item 7A1, the 2015 commission meeting schedule.
Second.
Is that Nan?
Yes.
Been moved by Neela Crank Clements and seconded by Ann Zacherts. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. The commission schedule is approved.
Yes. And I move to approve item 7A2, the 2015 workshop meeting schedule.
Second.
We're going to go with Ann.
It's consistent.
Okay, it's been moved by Neela Crank Clements and seconded by Ann Zacherts. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, workshop approved. The schedule's approved. What's next?
We already had our presentation on the sidewalks.
Yep.
Many administrative approvals, if you have any questions about those. Withdrawals, closures. I did want to mention under City Council, we didn't put it on the agenda, but that on September 9th, the easement on the Skirvin was accepted by City Council. So that is in place, filed with the county forever and ever.
Hey, do you have a
going forward.
question? Can you go back to the closure? What does that mean?
So we have kind of a new process where when someone submits an application and we contact them and say, your application's not complete, we need additional documentation, if they just never supply it, after 90 days, we can close it
90 days.
and not track it for eternity. And keep calling them every month and saying, get me your site plan. So that's what that is.
Okay. Board adjustment.
Our two appeals have still yet to be heard and have been continued yet again to tomorrow, so we'll see if they get heard tomorrow, and I will just keep reporting on those.
So do they have infinite?
They apparently don't have any limits on how often they can continue. I know they have had some issues with quorum that have been part of the continuance.
Okay.
Where they've had really long dockets and someone has to leave, and ours are always at the bottom.
So, so super secret magic powers, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Next meeting date? Next meeting date?
Next meeting date, you usually read
Oh,
that.
do I say it? Okay.
That's your line.
November 5th at 2 p.m. In this chamber. New applications were received already, September 30th for that meeting, and new information on continued items due next Tuesday, October 7th. Next workshop is November 12th at 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. At Planning Department, 420 West Main. Items from commissioners, I have one. What is the process, approval? We have a presentation on sidewalks in parks in historic preservation districts?
So they would have to get a CA for work in a park. And we have guidelines for administrative approval for sidewalks, playground equipment, that sort of thing.
We do?
Well, we have minimal guidelines
Yeah.
for those things that would allow us to administratively approve it, kind of on the basis that that's not really historic, a swing set is not really historic fabric.
Right.
So,
Especially those plastic.
yeah. Now, if it was, equipment going into a park where there previously was no equipment or where there previously were no sidewalks, particularly a historic park, then that's probably something we would bring to the commission.
That's something that's ongoing, so I'd like to, be nice to have a presentation of these. I don't know. What kind of action do we take?
Is this on?
Well, I'm thinking of our
Thinking of
Edgemere
Edgemere.
Park, but also
They need a
Jefferson
certificate
Park.
of appropriateness, just like any other
Okay.
project.
Jefferson Sparrow Park and Jefferson Park.
Sparrow Park does have an administrative approval for some of the work there. Most of that is just upgrading.
There's new sidewalks also, so that would need approval, right? And that will also come?
I think those were included in the administrative approval, but we'll take a look at that.
Sidewalks?
So,
They're new sidewalks. Why weren't they taken for review?
I mean, we have guidelines that allow us to approve the installation of sidewalks where there are none. And we have done that many, many times, that the city says, we'd like to put some sidewalks here, and we say, okay. If there are some specific concerns about where sidewalks are not appropriate, that may be a discussion we should have. It's a difficult thing to review because generally the public at large likes sidewalks. People want sidewalks in their neighborhood. And once you get into where they go and how they're installed, there are lots of other requirements that they have to comply with.
But they are doing very weird things right now. They have a lot of money for trails and sidewalks, and they are going about it in an engineering sort of way, and they're doing very strange things and spending, in my opinion, sometimes money. I mean, just like this one. It's much more costly to put these sidewalks in
The one we just
on
saw
my
today.
side
Right.
than it is on the other side. And safety is a very strange
It's
safety
right by
too.
the
The
street.
people walking or the people
on
that
the
live in
street.
the house just 5 feet away. I mean, so they have a very,
And I think
engineering way of pursuing what they're going to do, and it's like, here's the MAPS money, we've told what, and they just go on down the deal.
And I think when you couple that with when you see things like when they replace a little section of street in Shepherd, for instance, they'll come in with the brightest white concrete you could possibly imagine. Come in, boom, it's done. The city doesn't really, that part of the city doesn't get historic preservation. And when they come to plow through a sidewalk, I think actually a sidewalk would be great. It's something I would use when I walk down to the grocery store instead of teetering on that little curb or trying to run across Pennsylvania, in between the intersections. But when you see the way that the city does things that are not sensitive to the historic districts, when they do things that are not sensitive to most of the historic districts, then, that raises all sorts of flags.
And most
see where
of,
we're going.
right, and I mean, a lot of the people that actually walk on that side, they don't walk on that side, they walk through our neighborhood. They're walking from the north to the south to the bus system, and they live in other neighborhoods, and they would never walk down, I mean, who would choose, walk through our neighborhood or walk down Penn? I mean, they kind of take a leisurely course through our neighborhood, which is great. That's much safer. But
Well, I think
anyway,
we're talking about two different things, or a functional thing, but I was talking about the HP aspect, colored concrete, which they're doing, and there has been more interaction, at least in our...
There was almost zero interaction with the Shepherd neighborhood.
So why didn't they have to come before the HP Commission 2 years ago?
What?
Do what?
They never had to come
Shepherd?
before the HP Commission to get approval to install those sidewalks on Penn?
That was administratively approved, and that, I will say, is that staff's interpretation, error, whatever you want to call it, not theirs. That was our internal staff decision to say, it's a sidewalk, it looks fine, we're going to sign off on it. We will absolutely, with projects going forward, be, especially those types of projects, be a little more conservative on what we go ahead and bring to the commission. So that's not their fault at all. I mean, I understand the fault with them, or the blame, or the frustration with how it's been designed, but the fact that, I mean, you have to take into account the fact that signed off on it, so.
Well, even if there is sidewalks there, can't there be an exception because it is a historic district? That doesn't have to be the standards of what the city has, of that it's a 6-foot wide, that it's right up to the curb. Can't it have some unique circumstance of it being in a historic?
Well, obviously, they're using a different color concrete, I hope. So
They
there's one
always
thing.
say safety, though. They always say, well, we can't do it without our
change the parking
guidelines.
lot.
Because they say, well, if we do it less than 6, and then they're thinking liability, and then there's an accident, then we didn't follow the standards, and therefore we were in the wrong. So they don't want to deviate. Once they get going, they are very...
I appreciated all of your comments, though, Mary Jo. That was really good.
Well, thank you.
You're all nodding our heads over here.
Well,
That's fine. I mean, and I just think that, I'm concerned, though, if Katie if you would have said, okay, no, then what would have been the next step?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody ever told them no. That's what I'm going.
Well, that's why you said this is the first time in a historic district, too. So there's no precedent.
And we've worked with the city on sidewalks before, much smaller projects, and we've gone back and forth on the color and that sort of thing and done a site visit to look at a sample. So they definitely work with us. This is the first time we've done one that was part of that MAPS process, and I'm sure there's a feeling of we already went through a huge public process. We already went through all of this work to establish where they should go, and that's over and done.
The information that I was aware of coming through the Shepherd neighborhood was that the sidewalk was going on the other side of Penn. It wasn't going on our side of Penn. That was a couple of years ago, I think. So, I think that, there's a lot that goes on in the neighborhood. I don't know everything that goes on, but I stay pretty plugged in,
Well, I kind of opened this can of worms up a little bit here, but I have to say that they did much more than normally. Parks Department did great. They worked much more on our part because we met with them and researched history and did a lot of things. But I'm just wondering what official function we have.
We haven't received any application from them. They are required to get a CA.
They're required.
They do
Okay.
to the
In the
park.
past, you've done though administrative approval.
We've administratively approved some things in parks. We've brought some things in parks to the commission. It just depends on, like I said, if it's an existing piece of playground structure and they're putting in a new playground structure on the same pad, we're probably going to administratively approve that because I don't think the commission cares if the slide is curly or straight.
Okay, so you use discretion.
But if you're taking a completely, just rolling landscaped park with no structures in it and you're adding a bunch of new structures, that's something we probably would bring to the commission.
If, say, a given neighbor or something requests that the commission review it, is that enough reason?
Generally, if we know there's a public interest or a public concern
Then
about a project, we're going to err on the side of bringing it to the commission.
Okay, could you please tell me once again, what is the next step in regards to this specific situation?
So with Shepherd, I would like to follow up with them tomorrow or Friday on some of the questions that were raised and ask them what's their process if people have concerns, want to object to something, and then we can go from there.
Okay.
We'll protest with you.
Ready.
Occupation.
I think there could be some sympathy on this one because
Well, when you bring up that you stand there and how high that retaining wall is going to be and you can tap somebody's window, I don't live in the district, but that would concern me.
it's really an odd situation. It's a situation that you just don't see very often because we're just up on a hill that they cut through.
It's tough.
It is. It's unique, but you'll see people, trying to maneuver. There's a little worn path in the grass where people have tried to walk along. So,
We do too. When I don't walk my dog that way, but sometimes we do.
right.
So, you're on a
Yeah. Right along Penn and.
Common sense would say, don't walk on it, cross the street, and you have plenty of room to come back across.
Okay, any other items from commissioners? We're adjourned. I love to do that.